Chapter 1. Early in the morning, the sky had just turned white. Among the shadows, a person was already sweating in the martial arts field. This was Tianfeng City, the main residence of the Ling clan. Ha! A crisp shout tore through the dawn sky, and the youth's appearance could be seen clearly. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He was slightly tall and thin, and his skin showed an unhealthy color. This was probably due to malnutrition. However, the youth had a heroic look. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he definitely had the aura a martial artist should have. It was just dawn, and the roosters in the courtyard hadn't crowed yet, not to mention the others. In such a large martial arts field, he was the only one practicing martial arts, sweating like rain. Grandfather said that the clumsy bird flies first. I'm not as good as others, so I should work 10 times harder than others. I don't believe that I can't break through to the second layer of the martial vein. Today, those people laughed at me. Tomorrow, I'll make them dumbfounded. The youth's name was Ling Xiao. Originally, he had nothing to do with the Ling clan. About a year ago, in order to expand the clan's strength, the Ling clan of Tianfeng City sent out invitations. Anyone with the surname Ling could participate in the Ling clan's examination. Those with excellent results would be officially accepted into the Ling clan. He entered the Ling clan because he passed the examination. At a young age, he followed his grandfather to beg for a living. Unexpectedly, because he picked up a broken cultivation method, he opened his martial vein and advanced to the first layer of the martial vein. He could be considered a genius. Even the Ling clan members who were in charge of the examination praised him. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart that all this was because of a sentence his grandfather said. In this world, martial artists dominate. If you become a martial artist, we won't have to beg anymore. From then on, he cultivated day and night. Even when he was begging, he didn't forget to cultivate. This was why he had such achievements. Others thought he was a genius, but in reality, he was just cultivating more desperately than others. After becoming a member of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao and his grandfather moved into the house prepared by the Ling clan. At this time, Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. There was a girl called Ling Yu. She wasn't from Tianfeng City's Ling family, but her family background was very good. In the past, when Ling Xiao went to her house to beg for food, this unruly young lady would always sneak out after her family went in, throw Ling Xiao's bowl to the ground, and then stomp on it a few times with her little leather boots made of high-quality materials. At the same time, he added, I'd rather give it to a dog than to you. However, after Ling Xiao had joined the Ling clan, Ling Yu had viewed Ling Xiao in a new light. She had even taken the initiative to get close to Ling Xiao and befriend him. This filled Ling Xiao with a sense of pride. He was determined to walk further on the path of martial arts, determined to amaze the Ling clan with a single brilliant feat. However, while ideals were plentiful, reality was cruel. A martial artist at the first level of the martial vein was just a drop in the ocean in the Ling clan. The Ling clan of Tianfeng City was a clan with a population of over 10,000. With the addition of the expansion this time, their population had already reached 20 to 30,000. They were practically the absolute overlords of Tianfeng City. How could such a clan really look up to a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein? They casually pulled out a maid or a servant, and they were all at the first level of the martial vein. The young men and women of the same age in the Ling clan all had very good foundations. They were all martial artists at the second level of the martial vein or above. Some had even reached the third level of the martial vein. The fourth level of the martial vein was an existence that Ling Xiao could only look up to. Of course, if he could break through to the second level of the martial vein within a year, Ling Xiao might be able to be proud. However, some things really couldn't be forced. Because the broken cultivation technique he picked up before conflicted with the Ling clan's basic cultivation technique, he could only cultivate from the beginning. Gradually, he was surpassed by many people who came with him. And at this time, Ling Yu, whose attitude towards him had changed, once again became that high and mighty unruly young lady. This was because not only did she break through to the second level of the martial vein, She also hooked up with a genius disciple of the Ling clan. After recognizing the reality, Ling Xiao didn't collapse. On the contrary, he didn't forget how he came to the Ling clan. Therefore, he cultivated even harder and more diligently. He swore that he would never be chased away by the Ling clan. Otherwise, his grandfather, who he depended on for survival, would suffer again. The Ling clan's rule was that outer sect disciples who couldn't break through to the second level of the martial vein within a year would all be expelled. Otherwise, they would simply become servants of the Ling clan. At this time, there was only a month left until Ling Xiao entered the Ling clan's 1-year limit. Hu! Ha! The young man waved his arms, creating wind. The explosive sound from his mouth was filled with fighting spirit. Ling Xiao knew what awaited him after a year, but he wouldn't give up. If he could cultivate to the first level of the martial vein from the beginning, he believed that he could cultivate to the second level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao was currently cultivating the Ling clan's foundational martial art. Barbaric Bull's Strength. Barbaric Bull's Strength was the most common foundational martial art. It included cultivation methods and martial skills. Not only could it raise one's cultivation level, it could also be used in battle. It was considered one of the foundational martial arts that low-level martial artists liked the most. Because he had practiced this set of Barbaric Bull's Strength too many times, Ling Xiao actually had a natural feeling when he executed it. This meant that he was more suited to practicing martial arts. Although this martial art was very common, it was also divided into levels: basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Of the 5 levels, Barbaric Bull's Strength was only the most common foundational martial art. This division of levels was naturally not for fun, but because the higher the level, the better the effects of the cultivation method and the stronger the martial skill. Ling Xiao was only an outer sect disciple. He didn't even have the bloodline of the Ling clan. In addition, he didn't display any outstanding talent, so he could only cultivate foundational martial arts. He didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with basic martial arts. I feel like I'm about to break through, but I'm always stuck at the most crucial point. Sigh, if only I had a breakthrough pill. After practicing for a long time, Ling Xiao took out a water bag and drank some water. In his heart, he thought about his own helplessness. After nearly a year of observation, he finally understood that he wasn't inferior to anyone. It could even be said that because he was more hardworking, it was reasonable to say that his cultivation progress should be faster. In fact, the problem still lay in the cultivation method and the pills. The Ling clan members and the outer sect disciples who had money either had a higher level of cultivation method or had the money to buy a breakthrough pill to help them break through. Those disciples at the second level of the martial vein had basically all used a breakthrough pill. This kind of pill wasn't too expensive and didn't have any side effects. However, Ling Xiao couldn't afford it. The Ling clan provided him with food and drink, which was already the greatest benevolence. It was impossible for them to give him money. Scram, I already told you, trash. This is my exclusive land. You don't have the qualifications to cultivate here. When the sun had completely risen, it was already 2 hours later. Ling Xiao packed his things and prepared to leave because he didn't want to have a conflict with the Ling clan members. However, it was still too late. A loud shout rang out. It was the Ling clan's disciple, Ling Chong. While speaking, Ling Chong even jumped onto the high platform and pushed Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been diligently cultivating, so although he didn't break through, his body was very strong. Although he looked weak, the strength in his thin and weak body wasn't small. Ling Chong didn't push him. He was like an old tree rooted there. Ling Chong, I have no enmity with you. Why do you always humiliate me? Ling Xiao was angry in his heart. This wasn't the first time the other party had treated him like this. What a joke. You think I like to bully trash like you? It's just that your ears don't work. I already warned you not to cultivate here. Don't infect us with your trashy attitude. Ling Chong looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with ridicule and amusement. Yes, he did it on purpose. But so what? Among all the outer sect disciples who came in, only this Ling Xiao dared to not listen to him. If he didn't find trouble with Ling Xiao, who would he find trouble with? The Ling clan's disciples all had an innate sense of pride. They felt that the outer sect disciples who came in were just servants in name, and could be ordered around at will. So almost all of the outer sect disciples had been bullied by the Ling clan's disciples. However, some chose to remain silent, some chose to wag their tails and beg for pity. As for Ling Xiao, he chose to be neither servile nor overbearing. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, but if he didn't train in the martial arts field, then he would have to go far to find a suitable martial arts field. He also had to take care of his grandfather, so he couldn't go too far. Ling Chong, you're really useless. You can't even push this outer sect brat off the martial arts field. How did you survive? That's right. You're a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein realm. This brat is at the first level of the martial vein realm. You're not as strong as him? Hurry up, Ling Chong. Drive this brat away. We still have to train. Those who came with Ling Chong were either the Ling clan's disciples or outer sect disciples who relied on the Ling clan's disciples. In any case, they were all people who liked to watch a show. After all, they didn't mind watching a show. Mother Fasterous Cur, you dare to look down on me? I'll slap this brat down right now and let him know what it means to be a martial artist. Ling Chong was provoked. He looked at Ling Xiao with contempt and suddenly slapped out, directly imprinting on Ling Xiao's chest. Is that enough? Ling Xiao's mouth overflowed with blood, but he didn't fall down, nor did he fly out. He could use flying out to avoid harm, but he didn't want to. Once a person cowered, once they were afraid, they would develop this kind of bad habit. He was unwilling. This brat! You're courting death! Ling Chong was angry. He flew up and kicked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Chong was so scared that he hurriedly dodged. This kick missed, and he flew out of the martial arts field. Chapter 2. You're awake? When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he saw his old grandfather. His hair was white, his body was thin, and his face was haggard. Sai, why do you have to do this? Just admit defeat. Come, drink the medicine. The old man sighed and brought over a bowl of bitter herbal soup. From his grandfather's words, Ling Xiao could hear the concern and helplessness. It's fine. It's not the first time. Anyway, I won't admit defeat. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, when I break through to the second level of the martial vein, I'll go find that Ling Chong to settle the score. You brat. The old man sighed. Although Ling Xiao was a child he picked up, he had always treated him as his own grandson. Seeing Ling Xiao injured, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Ling Xiao took the herbal soup that had already been dried and drank it in one gulp. A smile appeared on his face. In fact, he was unwilling to admit defeat not only because of his stubbornness, but also because of another reason. That was, ever since he cultivated that incomplete cultivation technique, his body's recovery speed had been especially fast. In the past, he had been knocked unconscious several times like today, but he had woken up in less than an hour. His body had almost recovered, and after drinking some herbal soup, he had basically recovered. Just now, the Ling family sent someone over. When the old man said this, he seemed to hesitate. Grandfather, if you have something to say, just say it. What else can I not accept? The old man looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. They want you to prepare to leave the Ling family. Leave the Ling family? Why? Ling Xiao said in surprise. Only by entering the Ling family could he learn better martial arts and stand out. If he left the Ling family, he really did not know when his fate would change. They said that there is still half a month until the end of the year competition. In this year's competition, all outer sect disciples who have not reached the second level of the martial vein are not qualified to participate, and will be kicked out of the Ling family. Speaking up to this point, the old man sighed again and said, I heard that the Ling family's resources have been snatched away by other families. They can no longer afford to raise so many people, so they decided to simplify the number of disciples. The original rules have become even harsher. How could this be? Ling Xiao was also a little stunned. He still had the confidence to break through in a month, but half a month was too rushed. However, this was not the only blow. The old man hadn't finished speaking yet. Also, even if you break through to the second level of the martial vein within half a month, you will only temporarily retain your qualifications as an outer court disciple. If you cannot reach the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14, all outer court disciples must become servants of the Ling clan. Otherwise, your martial arts will be crippled and you will be chased out of the Ling clan. This is too much. Ling Xiao understood very well. He was 13 this year and would be 14 after the new year. How could he reach the third level of the martial vein? If he became a servant, that meant that his grandfather would no longer have the qualifications to continue living in the Ling clan. How could he feel at ease staying here? This was no longer a matter of face, it was a matter of life and death. What's more, when he was chosen by the Ling clan, his former beggar brothers were very envious. If he left the Ling clan like this, how could he have the face to return to the beggars' sect? Yes, they are a big family. Naturally, they have their own rules. After all, we are just outsiders. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "Forget it. If it really doesn't work, this old man will go back to begging. It's fine. Don't delay your future because of me." "No." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Grandfather, even if there is the slightest possibility, I will not give up. I will work harder than before and strive to reach the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14. I will definitely let you live a good life." He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. "Fight! Child, you are already working hard enough. If you work harder, you may not break through the realm and your body will collapse." The old man sighed and said, "We still have to recognize the reality. It is almost impossible to break through to the second level of the martial vein in half a month. It is better to plan early." Ling Xiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Yes, he had not broken through in a year. How could he break through in half a month? His heart continued to sink. The thing he was most afraid of was that no matter how hard he worked, it would be useless. If it was a month, it would be good. Then at least there would be a 30 to 40% chance. But half a month, although he did not want to admit it, the fact was that unless there was a miracle, it was impossible. Child, don't be too sad. We are both safe and sound. Grandfather doesn't want you to be powerful. As long as you are well, it is better than anything else. The old man's thoughts were very simple. He did not want Ling Xiao to carry too heavy a burden. If you are worried that those beggar brothers will laugh at you, there is no need. They are all people with hard lives. They will not laugh at you. If you succeed, they will be happy. If you fail, they will also accept you. To become a mediocre beggar again? No. Ling Xiao firmly shook his head and said, "Grandfather, have you forgotten how we were bullied on the streets in the past? Have you forgotten how Go Zi was beaten to death? Don't tell me you've forgotten how those vicious people fed us food laced with rat poison? That time, more than 100 brothers died. But we couldn't resist. That person was protected by a martial artist. A few of us went, and our legs were broken. Do you want us to continue living such a life worse than pigs and dogs? I, Ling Xiao, am not convinced. I am not worse than anyone. I believe that there is always a way out." In fact, Ling Xiao did not have much ambition. He learned martial arts and became a martial artist just to live a better life and avenge his dead brothers. The old man was already in tears because he knew that Ling Xiao was right. All of this was true. If Ling Xiao could not become a martial artist, all of these tragedies would continue to happen. Sigh, I did not intend to give you the second half of this book. I was mainly afraid that you would not be able to master it. But now, I can't care so much. This old man has been convinced by you. The old man took out a book from his clothes. No, to be exact, it was a broken book. Isn't this the other part of the previous book? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. In fact, when grandfather picked up the book, it was complete. However, there was a sentence in the book. Read it yourself. The old man turned to the page that was connected to the first half. If you do not have the determination of a rock and strength is your motivation, do not practice the content after this page. Otherwise, you will die. This was a line of words written in blood on the page. Grandfather, don't worry. I have determination and motivation. Nothing will happen. Ling Xiao excitedly took the second half of the book to his room and pieced the first half together. Then, he read it from beginning to end. What is this? Amidst the exclamation, a golden light flew out from the page and shot directly into his body. He was shocked, but did not find anything wrong with his body. Just as he let his guard down, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a painting. The content of the painting was very complicated, but overall, it should be a landscape painting. There were mountains, rivers, and buildings as if there was no end in sight. Chapter 3. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the painting. Ling Xiao felt his vision go black as he was sucked into the whirlpool. When he saw things again, he found himself in a village filled with strangers. However, when these strangers saw him, they all seemed to be very respectful and greeted him with cupped hands. They even called him Mountain River Master. Could this be the village in the painting just now? Ling Xiao was completely confused by the situation in front of him. He suddenly remembered that there was such a village in the painting he had seen before. Looking at the structure, it was basically the same. The village was quiet and there were no disputes, giving people a very comfortable feeling. However, Ling Xiao was very anxious. If he was trapped here, what would he do? Primordial myriad races, mountain river martial spirit, dominating the myriad worlds, endless growth. The universe was desolate, the heavenly calamity, the martial god was asleep, and today, he awoke. The fated one has come. Suddenly, a woman walked over from afar. She stepped on the air, ethereal, like a fairy from the heavens. It was breathtaking. The voice was somewhat hollow and deep, as if it came from a different space. Fairy, who are you? Ling Xiao asked nervously. You don't need to know who I am, nor do you need to know where I came from. You only need to know that from today onwards, you have awakened the mountain river martial spirit. You are the master of the mountains and rivers, the ruler of the heavens and earth. The woman was clearly walking, but it seemed as if she would never be able to reach Ling Xiao. Mountain River Martial Spirit? Mountain River Master? The ruler of the heavens and earth? Ling Xiao wanted to laugh. A mere martial artist at the first level of the martial vein, did he have the ability to do so? However, he had heard of martial spirits before. As early as the immemorial era, martial artists could cultivate martial spirits. However, a great calamity occurred in the world later on, and martial spirits became extinct. Could it be that he had awakened an extinct martial spirit? Since the ancient times, in order to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races, humans began to cultivate martial arts. The most powerful person was none other than the Mountain River Master. He awakened the Mountain River martial spirit, and resisted the 10,000 races by himself. And now, you are the second person to awaken the Mountain River martial spirit. The hope of mankind may be placed on you. Can mankind once again become the spirit of all living things, the king of all races? Perhaps you are the answer. After saying that, the woman's figure became more and more distant until she finally disappeared at the end. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt his body float up, and then his vision blurred again. By the time he could see, he had already returned to his original room. The tattered book had long since disappeared without a trace. This made Ling Xiao almost certain that the book was there. He was definitely not dreaming. That was a very real scene. Mountain River Martial Spirit? What will it do? Ling Xiao was puzzled because he had yet to discover the specific use of the Mountain and River Martial Spirit. What Mountain River Master? What King of 10,000 races? They were all too far away from him. Right now, he only wanted to break through to the second level of the martial vein and then continue to work hard to break through to the third level of the martial vein. Thinking about it, since the book was gone, there was no way to continue cultivating. He could only continue cultivating the barbaric bull's strength. He had wasted too much time being unconscious for so long. He jumped off the bed, intending to stretch his muscles and bones, but the moment he used the barbaric bull's strength, he was stunned. Because when he was practicing the barbaric bull's strength, there was also a figure practicing the barbaric bull's strength in the mountain river diagram. The only difference was that the person in the mountain and river diagram had truly reached the acme of perfection. The simplest basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength, in the hands of the person in the painting, did not have the slightest flaw. Ling Xiao was stunned on the spot. After a moment, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed the movements of the person in the painting and circulated the barbaric bull's strength again. It was completely different from before. Although he was proficient in the past, he always lacked a sense of fluidity. Now, it was different. The entire movement was done in one go. Not only that, every time he practiced the barbaric bull's strength, he could feel the qi in his body become more vigorous. There's a way! The second martial vein, under the impact of the qi, had already loosened. Ling Xiao was completely confident that by tomorrow, he would be able to break through to the second level of the martial vein. This was simply a miracle. Because he was worried that it would be too shocking, he did not leave the room. He had originally planned to go out to practice martial arts, but instead, he practiced repeatedly in the room. Only when his movements were exactly the same as the person in the painting, completely overlapping, did he stop practicing with satisfaction. At this time, it was already the morning of the second day. He was so excited that he did not sleep the entire night. "Child, get up and eat breakfast." Grandfather's voice came from outside the door. "Coming." Ling Xiao left the room. Grandfather had already prepared breakfast. Because their status in the Ling family was low, they were given very little rations. The porridge was real porridge, with almost no grains of rice to be found. The vegetables were just wild vegetables, but after Ling Zhao's grandfather's hands, the taste was not bad. "Huh! What's going on?" While eating, Ling Xiao discovered something unexpected. Two pictures appeared in the mountain river diagram. One showed Ling Zhao's grandfather. It accurately pointed out the various problems with Ling Zhao's grandfather's current body. "Grandfather, what's wrong with your ribs?" If not for the mountain river diagram, Ling Xiao would never have discovered that one of his grandfather's ribs was broken. And this was a new one. According to the analysis of the mountain river diagram, it was caused by a palm strike. It's fine. The old man hurriedly shook his head. He did not know how Ling Xiao found out. He clearly felt that he had concealed it very well. "Who did it?" Ling Xiao put down his chopsticks and stood up, asking coldly. He could tolerate others bullying him, but he could not tolerate someone attacking his grandfather. Without his grandfather, there would be no Ling Xiao today. "This, if you don't say it, I won't eat from now on. I'll starve myself to death." Ling Xiao was serious. He knew that his grandfather wanted to protect him, but he couldn't take it lying down. "Ling Xiao." The old man sighed and said, "But it's fine now. I used to be beaten a lot when I begged, so I'm used to it. A broken rib is fine." Ling Xiao threw down his chopsticks and ran out, leaving only a sentence. "Grandfather, I'm going to find Ling Chong." For some reason, Ling Xiao was now full of confidence. He always felt that if he fought Ling Chong again, he would definitely win. The mountain river martial spirit's effect was too powerful. It seemed to be able to practice and analyze anything in the world. Just now, other than his grandfather's situation, the second picture was the scene of his grandfather cooking. However, it was obviously a scene that had been beautified. The scene of how to make rotten vegetable leaves into delicious food. However, he was not interested in paying attention to that right now. He really wanted to know if the mountain river martial spirit could also practice his opponent's martial arts. If it could, then he would really be a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. On the training field, Ling Chong was flirting with a few female disciples, as if he didn't care about the life and death of others. This guy broke Ling Xiao's grandfather's ribs and didn't even have the intention of asking a doctor to take a look. Chapter 4. On the martial arts field. Ling Chong also saw the aggressive Ling Xiao. A disdainful sneer appeared between his eyebrows. "What's wrong, trash? Do you want to avenge your grandfather?" "Ha ha!" Ling Chang's disdainful question made the surrounding Ling clan disciples laugh. They felt that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. "You humiliated me time and time again, but I didn't bother with you because I'm not as good as you. But you hurt my grandfather, so I can't forgive you." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chong. Although he was a little nervous, he had a strong sense of confidence. The appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit opened a door to success for him. And today's battle with Ling Chong was the best test. "You won't forgive me?" Ling Chong seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He said disdainfully, "If I can break that old beggar's ribs, I can break yours." Ling Chong solved the problem with one palm. "This kid is as useless as that old beggar." Someone on the side jeered. "Ha ha, if I can't solve this kind of trash with one palm, how can I, Ling Chong, still have the face to stay in the Ling clan?" In the midst of his laughter, Ling Chong suddenly moved. His entire person seemed to have turned into a giant, looking down at Ling Xiao. The powerful aura pressured Ling Xiao to the point of being unable to breathe. Was this the strength of a martial artist in the second level of the martial vein? Although it was only one level away from the first level of the martial vein, the gap was too big. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao's shocked expression and revealed a gloating smile. In their eyes, the battle had not started, and it was already over. How could Ling Xiao be Ling Chang's opponent? Suddenly, Ling Chang's palm slapped towards Ling Xiao. This palm clearly looked only the size of a normal person's palm. But strangely, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it turned into a millstone-sized palm, like a giant's palm. This palm actually made Ling Xiao feel as if he saw a giant that could casually slap him to death. "This is gigantic spirit divine palm. I remember that it is a high-level martial art." The disciples of the Ling clan naturally had good eyesight. They recognized Ling Chang's palm technique and could not help but exclaim in surprise. "What kind of joke is this? No matter how strong Ling Chong is, he is only a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein. What qualifications does he have to learn high-level martial arts? My strength is the same as his, but I can only choose a primary martial art. I don't even have the qualifications to choose a middle martial art. How can you compare to him? Ling Chong has a good father. His father is our Ling family's 9th master. His grandfather is our old master Ling. No wonder Ling Chong has always been so arrogant. He didn't even get punished for breaking the old beggar's ribs." Ling Xiao no longer has the slightest chance of winning once the high-grade martial art gigantic spirit divine palm is used. Do you think he did? Unless he is a peerless genius, wanting to challenge someone of a higher realm is purely a daydream. The huge advantage brought by a high-level martial art made some of the people in the clan who had higher cultivation than Ling Chong feel a huge pressure. The reason why martial arts were classified into different levels was because of the difference in power. The effect was different. If a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein cultivated a high-level martial art, then it was extremely possible for him to defeat a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. Ling Chong, you really think highly of me. You actually used a high-level martial art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't obtained the mountain and river martial spirit, he would have definitely broken a few ribs today. A person like him didn't even have the qualifications to learn elementary martial arts. He could only learn basic martial arts. He had already lost to others at the starting line. If he didn't have the mountain and river martial spirit, it would be very difficult for him to stand out. In that instant, under the immense pressure of a high-level martial art, Ling Xiao actually laughed. Of course he laughed. Because another Ling Chong had indeed appeared in the mountain and river diagram. The weaknesses and flaws that this Ling Chong exposed when he used the gigantic spirit divine palm were all pointed out one by one. Of course, no one else knew about this. Only Ling Xiao himself knew. However, even if he knew Ling Chang's flaws, if he wanted to hit him in one strike, he had to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, he had been cultivating diligently for the past year. In addition, he was often bullied by Ling Chong. His experience in duels was still very rich. Furthermore, his body had long been modified by the mountain and river martial spirit. Whether it was his reaction or feeling, it had increased by more than several times. This was his confidence in winning. Seeing the smile on Ling Xiao's face, Ling Chong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was as if his entire person had been completely seen through by Ling Xiao. Deliberately mystifying. Watch the destruction of my gigantic spirit divine palm. There were only a total of 4 moves in the gigantic spirit divine palm, and the destruction move was the most powerful. It was used to kill people. Although Ling Chong was unable to display the true power of this move due to his strength, he still felt that it would be easy to deal with Ling Xiao, who was only at the first level of the martial vein. The so-called destruction was the momentum of destroying the heavens and earth. Although Ling Chong was still unable to do it, in the eyes of the surrounding people, his entire body had transformed into an illusory image condensed from true qi. A huge golden palm smashed down towards Ling Xiao's head. So fast! So ruthless! The onlookers, who were forced back by the terrifying aura, had a better understanding of high-grade martial arts. With this move, Ling Xiao wasn't defeated, but dead for sure. Although the Ling clan didn't allow disciples to kill each other, it was fine if they were injured, but if they killed someone, they would be severely punished. However, Ling Chong was the son of Lord Jiu and the grandson of the Ling clan's patriarch. Who was he afraid of? Just when many people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, Ling Xiao moved. His body seemed to have transformed into a raging bull as he directly crashed into Ling Chong's chest. Ling Chong didn't even realize what was going on. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Hit the snake where it hurts. Although Ling Xiao used basic martial arts, he just happened to hit Ling Chong's flaw, making Ling Chong's powerful palm a joke. What happened? Why was Ling Chong the one who flew out? Because Ling Xiao's movements were too fast, they didn't even see what happened. My ribs! Ling Chong, who was lying on the ground, screamed. I said before I won't forgive those who hurt my grandfather. Since you want to defeat me with one palm, I'll defeat you with one move. Although he was nervous and excited, and couldn't believe that this was real, Ling Xiao, who grew up among beggars, showed a calmer attitude than his peers. He knew how he defeated Ling Chong. The analysis and practice of the mountain and river martial spirit, in addition to his daily hard work, formed today's outcome. However, what made him confused was that at the moment he attacked, he felt as if his body had transformed into a gust of wind. That speed was much faster than usual. Could it be another effect of the mountain and river martial spirit? Ling Chong lost. Oh my God, did my eyes see wrongly? He really lost, and his ribs were broken. What happened to Ling Xiao just now? Is the raging bull's strength so powerful? The crowd was already in an uproar because they were shocked. Ling Xiao, who was looked down upon, actually injured Ling Chong with one move. Ling Xiao, you're too vicious. I didn't use my full strength, but you wanted to take my life. Compared to the pain of his broken ribs, Ling Chong seemed to care more about his face. Therefore, he lied and said something completely unreasonable. However, there were actually people who supported this completely unreasonable reason. No wonder I said that Ling Xiao could win. It turns out that Ling Xiao held back. This Ling Xiao doesn't know what's good for him. The Ling clan's disciples in the crowd said in agreement. The one who lost was Ling Chong, but in their opinion, Ling Chong represented the Ling clan's disciples. Such an ugly defeat was a humiliation to the entire Ling clan's disciples. Held back? Chapter 5. A loss is a loss. Looking for an excuse? So the Ling family's disciples are this kind of trash. In the face of Ling Chang's quibbling and the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao only said one sentence and turned to leave. Ling Chong gnashed his teeth in anger. he roared angrily at Ling Xiao. "Little beggar, you just wait and see. Once I recover from my injuries, I definitely won't hold back against you anymore." After speaking, he clutched his chest and left with an ugly expression on his face with the help of 2 outer sect disciples. In Ling Chang's opinion, he lost to Ling Xiao today because he underestimated him. In the past, when he attacked, that kid didn't fight back. Today, he actually took the initiative to counterattack. No, he had to temper himself. Next time, he had to make Ling Xiao pay the price. Ling Xiao returned home and told his grandfather about how he defeated Ling Chong. Then, he returned to his room to continue cultivating. He was very clear that he was able to defeat Ling Chong today because of luck. Firstly, the opponent underestimated him. Secondly, he relied on the mountain river martial spirit. But that was not true strength, after all. The high-level martial arts that Ling Chong cultivated were second only to the top martial arts in the secular world. If he really practiced it well, then even if the mountain river martial spirit could analyze the flaws, Ling Xiao might not be able to catch it. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought about it. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Although it was good to have the help of the mountain river martial spirit, the key was to increase his own strength. If he could reach the second level of the martial vein and break through the second martial vein, then perhaps under the condition that Ling Chong did not underestimate him, he could rely on the mountain river martial spirit to defeat Ling Chong again. But now, it was definitely impossible. After all, the opening of every martial vein would bring about a huge increase in strength. The difference between the first level of the martial vein and the second level of the martial vein was very large. The human body had 9 martial veins, so it was also called the 9 levels of the martial vein. Every 3 levels was a stage. The first stage, which was the first 3 levels, was also called the awakening stage. As the name implied, it was the awakening of a martial artist's strength, strengthening the body and laying the foundation for martial arts cultivation. Under normal circumstances, in the awakening stage, every time a martial vein was opened, the body's strength would increase by 1 to 200 jin. At the same time, the true qi in his body would also increase by 100 standard points. The standard point was a martial artist's unit of true qi. Normally, martial artists would not go through so much trouble and would directly state how many true qi points they had. In a battle between martial artists, it was often the strength and the amount of true qi that determined victory or defeat. In other words, a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein would not only have 1 or 200 kilograms of strength less than a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein, but they would also have 100 points of true qi less. This was also the reason why those people were so surprised when Ling Xiao defeated Ling Chong, who was at the second level of the martial vein, with his strength at the first level of the martial vein. So much so that they were willing to believe in even the most absurd of reasons. 100 to 200 kilograms of strength and 100 points of true energy. For a martial artist, it was really too important. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that since he was temporarily unable to obtain higher-level martial arts manuals, the best way was to quickly break through. As long as he reached the second level of the martial vein, he would have the qualifications to enter the Ling family's library and select higher-level martial arts manuals. The second level of the martial vein was a turning point. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He began to repeatedly practice the barbaric bull's strength in his room. Of course, every practice was done according to the movements of the figure in the mountain and river diagram. The barbaric bull's strength only had a total of 9 moves. At present, Ling Xiao could do exactly the same movements as the figure in the mountain and river diagram, but only the first 3 moves. This was far from enough. Once, twice, 3 times. Constantly repeating. Constantly practicing. Not only did Ling Xiao realize that all of his movements had become extremely smooth and fluid, each of his moves and styles seemed to contain even more power than before. Of course, what made him the happiest was that after more than 10 times, in addition to the first 3 moves, the 4th, 5th, and 6th moves had finally reached perfection. However, the surprise was far more than that. Every time he practiced, he could find that there would be a stream of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit that slowly flowed into his Dantian martial vein. This mountain and river martial spirit seemed to be able to transform natural energy into true qi, and then let martial artists possess it. Although this was only Ling Xiao's guess, if this matter was true, then no matter what cultivation method Ling Xiao cultivated in the future, the final cultivation effect would be much better than others. After all, when he was cultivating, the mountain and river martial spirit was also helping him cultivate, so the improvement would be fast. In addition, he also found that the mountain and river martial spirit had a little change, and that was that the mountain and river diagram, which originally only revealed a corner of the village in the clouds, was gradually revealing more scenes. Although it was only a little increase, it represented a possibility. The effect of the mountain and river martial spirit might not have been fully explored by him. When the clouds above completely disappeared, the mountain and river diagram would completely appear. Perhaps the true meaning of the mountain and river martial spirit would be completely awakened. Work harder, continue to work hard. Although he still didn't know much about the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao knew that at least this thing was harmless to him. Once again, he began to patiently practice the barbaric bull's strength over and over again. This time, he chose to strengthen the last 3 moves that had yet to be perfected. From morning to night, except for meal time, he almost didn't rest. The final result was that the 7th and 8th moves were perfected. He estimated that as long as he could perfectly practice the 9th move, he should be able to break through the shackles of the 2nd level of the martial vein. However, in the end, he was not a machine, and was only a 13-year-old child. In the end, as he practiced, he actually fell asleep on the ground. The next morning, the first thing Ling Xiao did when he got up from the ground was to cultivate again. There was no other way. The strong sense of danger and pressure forced him to work hard. It was a pity that he didn't even have the qualifications to go to the martial arts field. One had to know that the reason why the martial arts field was fought over was not just a matter of face. It was because the martial arts field was built by the Ling family's ancestor with special materials, and the stone bricks on the ground were all special. Cultivating there would not only consume less stamina, but also yield more benefits. One day, not only will I be able to openly cultivate in the martial arts field, but I will also let my grandfather live in a better house. His current dilapidated house, once it rained, was no different from the dilapidated temple he lived in when he was a beggar. This morning, Ling Xiao focused his cultivation on the 9th move, repeatedly practicing it. Finally, after practicing it over 100 times, he felt a kind of comfort and joy that he had never felt before. All 9 moves of the barbaric bull's strength were perfected, and the movements were exactly the same as the movements of the people in the mountain-river diagram. The house is too narrow, why don't I go outside and try out the power? After Ling Xiao practiced the barbaric bull's strength to perfection, he really wanted to try out the power of this set of foundational martial arts. So he went out, but he didn't go to the martial arts field. Instead, he went out of the Ling family's main door and came to a small forest outside. Ha! Following a loud roar, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a roaring bull, and directly crashed into a huge rock in front of him. The huge rock was around 200 to 300 pounds, and previously, Ling Xiao could only leave a few marks on it. It was almost impossible for him to break it. However, this time, when the berserk bull collided with the boulder shattered and let out a rumbling sound. Chapter 6. Although he had expected that he would be able to break through after perfecting the barbaric bull's strength, that was only an expectation. Now that Ling Xiao had personally experienced the destructive power of this violent power, he was extremely excited. Heaven never bars one's way. He originally thought that it would take him a month to break through to the 2nd level of the martial vein. He didn't expect that he would break through on the 3rd day after obtaining the mountain river martial spirit. At this rate, his future was limitless. The mountain river diagram changed again. The clouds dispersed a little more, and a family appeared. However, this family was not human, but one of the 10,000 ancient races, the Demon Ox clan. They all had the head of an ox and the body of a human. Their bodies were incomparably strong, and they possessed terrifying strength. What was the meaning of this? Ling Xiao was a little confused, but he didn't believe that this was a coincidence. He had just perfected the barbaric bull's strength, and the Demon Ox clan had appeared in the village. He definitely wouldn't believe that there was no connection. However, it was useless to think about this kind of thing. Right now, it was better to think about how to face the Ling clan's annual competition. This competition was the only chance for an outer sect disciple to stand out. Through this competition, it was possible to obtain things that could not be obtained normally. Of course, you had to get a ranking. The faster one's strength increased, the more ambitious one became. In the past, Ling Xiao would never have dared to dream of becoming a martial artist above the 3rd level of the martial vein, because he felt that it was too far away and unrealistic. There were 9 levels of the martial vein, and the 1st to 3rd levels were the awakening stage. They were also known as the lowest level of martial artists by the secular world. The best martial artists had the strength of 1,000 pounds. They could tear apart tigers and leopards, and their fists could beat wolves and bears. They were already amazing people in the eyes of the secular world. However, after the 4th level of the martial vein, there would be a completely different change. The 4th to 6th level of the martial vein belonged to the Orochi stage, and they would receive the official title of martial disciple. The biggest characteristic of this stage was that their true chi could be transformed into aura chi, and they could injure people from a distance. With aura chi, one could do many more things. This was also the goal of countless martial artists. Many people couldn't achieve it in their lifetime. But now, Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that he might have the chance to become a martial disciple. This dream was no longer illusory. It had become very real, and he could reach out and grab it. While eating, Ling Xiao excitedly told his grandfather the news of him breaking through to the 2nd level of the martial vein. The old man was extremely shocked. After watching Ling Xiao's demonstration, he finally believed it with tears in his eyes. "Good child. Grandpa will be satisfied even if I die seeing your progress. Grandpa, after I participate in the annual competition, I will invite the best doctor to treat you." He knew that his grandfather's ribs were broken, but he didn't have the money to treat it. His grandfather was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep well at night. However, the only thing Ling Xiao could do was to improve himself as much as he could. There were many awards for the annual competition, and he could freely choose from them. "Just bear with it a little longer, we'll be there soon. Grandpa is fine, don't force yourself too much. Although you have broken through to the 2nd level of the martial vein, there are too many warriors with this strength. If you fight too hard, you will be injured." The old man's thoughts were simple. He didn't want Ling Xiao to get hurt because of him. However, Ling Xiao's thoughts were also simple. In order to cure his grandfather's injuries, in order to stand out, he had to get a good ranking in this annual competition. There was still time. Next, he would go to the library to choose a higher-level martial arts cultivation method that was suitable for him. With a better martial arts cultivation method, he believed that his progress would be faster. The library, as the name implied, was a place where books were stored. Other than some of the Ling family's history books, most of them were martial arts manuals. After the meal, Ling Xiao impatiently ran to the library. Along the way, there were many people who pointed at him and gossiped about him. However, he didn't care. Increasing his strength was better than anything else. "Little beggar!" Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. It was a man and a woman who just happened to come out of the library. The woman was lively and cute, with a shrewish and coquettish appearance. The man was valiant, with a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength. The one who called Ling Xiao little beggar was the woman. She was also the spoiled young lady who used to bully him and his grandfather. Later on, because he became a disciple of the Ling family, this woman was very attentive to him. However, after he was unable to break through to the 2nd level of the martial vein for a long time, this woman once again spoke ill of him and threw herself into the arms of the youth beside her. Ling Xiao really didn't have a good impression of this girl. So what if she was cute? If her heart was more vicious than a snake or scorpion, then she was rotten on the inside. You're the little beggar, that little sister you spoke of? You actually broke through to the second level of the martial vein. Not bad, but among the outer sect disciples, you're considered rather weak. You still have to continue working hard. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to respond to Ling Yu, the young man looked at Ling Xiao with a condescending gaze, as if he was a senior. Ling Feng, a disciple of the Ling family, at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, a disciple of the Ling family's elite hall. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feng. In the past, when he was in front of this person, he only felt inferior and helpless. But now, he didn't care. It was only the third level of the martial vein. He would break through very soon. Ling Yu, you've chosen a good man. However, Ling Feng, this woman was able to abandon me like grass. Sooner or later, she will do the same to you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. They were both 13-year-old children, but he didn't feel that Ling Feng was superior to others. Humph, I don't think Sister Yu is wrong. Women like the strong. It has been like this since ancient times. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Ling Xiao chuckled. Are you so confident that I will never catch up or surpass you? Yes. Ling Feng said proudly. All right, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. You two can leave now. I still have to go to the library. Wait a moment. Ling Yu looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, Little beggar, your life is destined. You were born a beggar, and you can only be a beggar for the rest of your life. But I'm already a disciple of the Ling family. It's useless. Sooner or later, you can only be a beggar. If you can't get a ranking in this year's large competition, then you won't be able to enter the elite hall. If you can't enter the elite hall, then you must become a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14. Can you do it? If you can't do it, then you can only go back to being a beggar. Ling Yu said proudly. Of course, there's another way, which is to obediently become a servant of the Ling family. For example, follow my brother Feng. He can protect you from being bullied by Ling Chong. Ling Zhao's face revealed a disdainful sneer. Even when he didn't have the mountain river martial spirit, he had never thought of being someone's servant in the past. What's more, he was no longer the same as before. What Ling Chong, Ling Feng, they would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Asking him to be a servant? What a joke! Didn't anyone tell you that Ling Chong was beaten to a sickbed by me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, you're a piece of trash. Ling Chong is also a piece of trash. What's there to talk about in a duel between pieces of trash? Suddenly, Ling Feng's words rang out again. Trash? The last person who called me trash broke 2 ribs. I wonder what you'll do. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feng and didn't have any intention of backing down. Ha 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 ha, good. You trash have guts. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you today. Anyway, there's less than half a month until the large competition. At that time, I'll let you know that trash is trash, and asterisk 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 will always be asterisk 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 asterisk. A servant can't climb above the master's head. Ling Feng seemed to have heard the world's biggest joke and laughed crazily. Chapter 7. The day of the large competition will be the time for you and me to compete. Ling Xiao threw down a sentence and turned around to enter the library. Even if he had a glib tongue, if he lost the large competition, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he didn't want to bicker. It was better to seize the time to increase his strength and defeat Ling Feng in one fell swoop. That would be even more glorious than winning with words. Hee hee, big brother Ling Feng, that little beggar seems to look down on you, Ling Yu said with a grin. Her words had a hint of sowing discord. Don't worry, on the day of the large competition, I'll take care of him. Ling Feng was actually very disdainful of Ling Dao's words. In his heart, Ling Xiao was just an appetizer. It was okay to warm up, but he wasn't worthy of being his opponent. At most, in half a month's time, could Ling Xiao really advance to the third level of the martial vein? Even if he could do it, just in the elite hall, there were no less than 60 to 70 disciples at the third level of the martial vein. He, Ling Feng, was only ranked 10th in the elite hall. Not to mention, above the elite hall was the genius hall. The disciples there were even more monsters. Ling Feng's opponents were the top 10 of the elite hall, which was also the monsters of the genius hall. His goal was to enter the genius hall from the elite hall, not to compete with an unrated disciple who couldn't even enter the elite hall. Maybe it won't be Big Brother Ling Feng's turn. At that time, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Yu giggled. Then, the handsome man and beautiful woman left the library under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Ling Xiao had already entered the library, but he was still a little nervous. After all, it was his first time. On the first floor of the library, there was only one room. There was no library. This was the place where the library's guards lived. The guards were usually the top experts of the family, elders, or the son of the patriarch. The person on duty today was a middle-aged man around 35 years old. Ling Xiao? You're very good. No wonder you could injure my son. So you've broken through. That's right, the person on duty today was Ling Chang's father, the 9th son of the patriarch. People called him 9th Master. Master 9th Master, disciple came today to observe martial arts. Ling Xiao knew that Master 9th Master was terrifyingly strong. He was definitely above the 4th level of the martial vein. This was because the mountain and river martial spirit displayed Lord Jiu. Although there was no detailed data, a red warning appeared. Master 9th Master 9th Masters. Masterling's Masters, 9th Master's Master, 9th Master's Master, 9th Master to kill him. But if he was really chased out, he would definitely die a horrible death. Jiu Yi sneered. I'm not afraid to say it directly. I will not let the matter of you injuring my son go. Now that you are still a disciple of the Ling clan, it is not good for me to make a move. However, you better not get chased out, or you will die without a doubt. Disciple understands. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. He naturally understood this principle. It's good that you know. You're a foreign disciple who came in through the examination, so your treatment is naturally not as good as the disciples of the clan. There are some things that I have to tell you in advance so that you don't break the rules. 9th Master realized that he didn't scare Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but reveal a playful smile as he spoke. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was slightly angered. There was no such rule in the clan. 9th Master was clearly using his position to take revenge. But he had no choice. He wasn't strong enough, so he could only endure it. Bargaining was meaningless and would only cause him to become a joke. 9th Master, please speak, he said indifferently. 9th Master chuckled and said, as a foreign disciple, you can only enter the 2nd level and choose at most 2 martial arts. There are no restrictions on middle or low-level martial arts. Whether you can choose a middle-level martial art or not depends on your eyesight and fortune. You have 2 hours to choose, and after you choose, you can hold it for 20 days. Do you understand? When Ling Xiao heard this, he was furious. Before he came, he had already inquired. As long as one was a disciple of the Ling clan, no matter if they were from the clan or not, they could choose at least 4 martial arts at once. The time for choosing was 6 hours, and the time for cultivating outside could reach 4 months. Wasn't this gap a little too big? But even though he was furious, he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and nod. This disciple understands. Of course, he understood that the injustice he suffered today would be returned 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. It's good that you understand. Hurry up and go. 9th Master's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. You have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dared to hurt my son. Although I can't kill you because of the clan rules, I can force you out of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He lifted his feet and walked up the stairs to the 2nd level. The library pavilion was the place where the Ling clan's martial arts classics were stored. It was an important place for the Ling clan. This represented the accumulation and glory of a large clan. Ordinary small clans simply didn't have such a place. This was the difference. The larger the clan, the deeper the foundation, the more martial arts classics they would have, and the higher the quality. The Ling clan's library pavilion was divided into 4 levels. The first level was where the guards lived. The second level was where the basic martial arts, low-level martial arts, and middle-level martial arts were stored. Of course, the number of low-level martial arts took up the majority. There were also many basic martial arts, and it was said that there were only 20 middle-level martial arts. The probability of choosing one was very low. The third level had a large number of middle-level martial arts, a certain number of high-level martial arts, and a small number of top-level martial arts. To enter the third level of the library pavilion, one had to be at least a 4th-level martial vein martial disciple. The 4th level was said to have mostly top-level martial arts. There were also some confidential documents of the Ling clan, and a few martial arts classics that were said to have broken away from the secular world. Of course, these were all rumors between disciples. It was hard to say whether they were true or not. Of course, the rules were set by people. If you were a member of the clan, if you had a backer, or if you had extraordinary talent, then many of the rules could actually be used against you. This was also the reason why Ling Chong could learn high-level martial arts, and Ling Xiao could only learn basic martial arts. For Ling Xiao, this opportunity was really hard to come by. He had to choose carefully, and try his best to choose a middle-level martial art. When he entered the second level, Ling Xiao found that there were already people inside. But no one even looked up at him. Although these people had 6 hours to choose, it was not an easy task to choose a middle-level martial art from thousands of martial arts manuals. No one wanted to waste time. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to, because his time was more precious than these people. He only had 2 hours. So he was only stunned for a moment, and then set his eyes on the bookshelf. As one of the 4 major clans of Tianfeng City, the Ling clan indeed had a deep heritage. It would be impossible to go through these thousands of martial arts manuals one by one without 6 to 8 hours. Ling Jiu, that guy, is obviously trying to make things difficult for me. Breaking Steel Palm, Blazing Fist, 13 Swords of Tianfeng, Windy Leaf Steps, Crimson Sun Art. Starting from the first book in the first row, Ling Xiao was dazzled. It was really difficult to distinguish the level of these martial arts manuals just by looking at a few pages. It was too difficult. Chapter 8. Ling Xiao flipped through the summaries of a few books, hoping to find some clues. Steel breaking palm. The palm technique is swift and fierce, like a mountain, wins by strength. Can only be cultivated when the strength reaches 300 pounds. Fire fist. Can condense qi and burst out a powerful fist force like a raging fire. The instantaneous explosion is very terrifying. If one reaches the level of Qi Shield, one can even produce a raging fire Qi Shield. Can only be cultivated by male warriors, female warriors can easily get hurt. Wind Leaf Steps, after mastery, can greatly increase one's speed. As the saying goes, speed is the only unbeatable martial art in the world, which shows how powerful it is. Generally speaking, this technique is more suitable for people with a thin body, especially slim women, who can achieve the best results. Iron Shirt, a defensive thwart kung fu. After mastery, can block attacks from swords and sabers, can greatly reduce the damage to the body. This technique can only be cultivated with a strong will, otherwise it will be easy to give up halfway. They all sound so powerful. I want to practice every one of them. Unfortunately, I can only choose 2. What a headache! Although he did not find out the level of these martial arts from the introduction, Ling Xiao was still excited when he saw the introduction. As a person who had difficulty obtaining low-level martial arts, almost every one of these martial arts manuals was coveted by him. Damn Ling Jiu, others can take out 4 books, but I can only take 2. Although it is not good to be greedy, not every martial art needs to be learned to perfection. For example, the Iron Shirt, Most people only need to cultivate it to the point where they can improve their body's defense. With 1 or 2 books as the core and the rest as support, one can greatly improve one's strength. Unfortunately, he can only choose 2 books. If only he could choose more. Now that he has the martial soul of mountains and rivers, his cultivation base will improve very quickly. It should not be a problem to cultivate several martial arts at the same time. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of something. The martial soul of mountains and rivers could analyze and practice martial arts. Could it be possible to practice the martial arts in the martial arts manuals? When he first entered the library, he was afraid that Ling Jiao would see through him, so he did not activate the martial soul of mountains and rivers. The activation and deactivation method was very simple. It could be done by activating qi, which was basically the same as using martial arts. Thinking of this, he quickly activated his mountain-river martial soul. At this moment, 3 of the clouds above the mountain-river diagram split apart, and another building appeared in the village. That building looked very similar to the Linklands library, except that it was a little shorter and only had 1 floor. The most amazing thing was that when Ling Xiao's consciousness went in, he found that all the martial arts manuals he had read before appeared in the library of the mountain-river diagram. When he flipped open a book to check, a figure would immediately appear on the mountain-river diagram. It was his figure, and the martial arts he was practicing were the martial arts he was reading. This is too amazing! Ling Xiao was extremely shocked in his heart, but it was accompanied by intense ecstasy. He didn't expect the mountain-river martial spirit to have such an effect. Didn't that mean that as long as he obtained all the martial arts manuals on the 2nd floor, he would be able to obtain them? Even if he didn't practice it, he could give it to others to practice in the future. He could even sell it for money. He didn't feel that this was betraying the Ling clan. After all, the Ling clan had never treated him, Ling Xiao, as one of their own. Ling Jiao had even openly threatened to kill him. Why should he keep the Ling clan's secret? Besides, the best martial arts manuals on the 2nd floor were only intermediate martial arts manuals, which could be found outside. Only the secret manuals on the 4th floor of the library were the foundation of the Ling clan. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He sped up and began to flip through the martial arts manuals. He only looked at the outline of each book, and then threw it on the bookshelf. The outline was not an easy task. He had to speed up. Didn't you, Ling Jiao, limit me to only 2 books? I'll steal all the manuals here. I'll piss you off. Speed up. Faster. Ling Xiao's face revealed a look of madness that had never been seen before. In the beginning, every time he flipped through a book, he had to confirm if there was a copy in the library of the mountain-river diagram. But later, he was too lazy to verify. Because there was no need for verification, he would feel it in his heart whenever there was an additional book in the library. Ha! Awesome! This is awesome! The mountain-river martial soul, what kind of martial soul is this? It's so powerful! As Ling Xiao flipped through the martial arts manuals, he could not help but laugh out loud. This action attracted the attention of the disciples who were reading the books to him. Is this kid crazy? Yeah, I've never seen anyone pick books like this. He's just a bumpkin. Let's not bother about him. Let's hurry up and do our own things. 2 hours was neither too long nor too short. When Ling Xiao had copied almost all the 9,000 manuals on the 2nd floor of the library, there was only a quarter of an hour left. The reason why he had not left yet was mainly because there were still a few books in the hands of the Ling clan's disciples. He had not had time to read them. It was worth mentioning that the martial arts manuals that were haphazardly placed in the library of the Ling clan changed the situation in the mountain-river diagram. They were neatly arranged in categories, and there was even a person who appeared out of thin air to be in charge of cleaning the place. Palm techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, inner force cultivation techniques, body strengthening techniques, and so on. They were all placed on different bookshelves. Not only that, middle-grade martial arts, low-grade martial arts, and foundational martial arts were also arranged in order from high to low. There was also a label on it, and one could tell at a glance what level of martial arts it was. This kind of situation made Ling Xiao dumbstruck, and also endlessly excited. The library in his mountain river diagram was even more awesome than the library of the Ling clan. There was not much time left, but Ling Xiao could not snatch the books from the hands of the Ling clan's disciples. After all, his current strength could not be compared to those people. Hence, he could only continue to wander around the second floor, hoping to find the manuals that he might have missed. He was too excited just now, and might have really misjudged. Eh? What was that? Ling Xiao suddenly noticed that there were two paintings hanging at the entrance of the second floor. On one of the paintings, there was a monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human, holding a giant axe. On the other hand, there was a guy with the head of a monkey, holding a stick in his hand. The most amazing thing was that there were 3 words on the picture of the cow and the body of a human. Ox Demon Technique. On the picture of the monkey, there were also 3 words. Soaring Cloud Steps. Could these 2 paintings be martial arts manuals as well? As Ling Xiao thought so, his hand reached out to one of the paintings. Stop! But before he could touch the painting, he was stopped by a disciple of the Ling clan. He was at the 3rd level of the martial vein, and his strength was stronger than Ling Xiao. You guys go and inform Lord Jiao that someone touched the treasure painting without permission, the disciple said to another disciple. That disciple quickly ran down, and when he came back up, Ling Jiao was also there. Lord Jiao, this kid touched the treasure painting without permission. Don't worry. The treasure painting is indeed a martial arts manual on the 2nd floor. Let him touch it. These 2 paintings look ordinary, but in fact, there are seals on them. Chapter 9. Ling Jiao looked at Ling Xiao with some disdain. There was naturally a reason why he agreed to let Ling Xiao touch the 2 supreme paintings. These 2 supreme paintings were left behind by the ancestors of the Ling family, and it was said that they suppressed 2 mystical techniques. These 2 mystical techniques were very difficult for any warrior to cultivate, but once they were successfully cultivated, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. However, to get these 2 mystical techniques, one must first break the seal on the supreme paintings. The ancestors of the Ling family did not give a specific reason for doing so, only saying that they were waiting for the fated person. However, for hundreds of years, countless people had tried to take these 2 mystical techniques from the supreme paintings, but they all failed in the end. Even the powerful patriarch of the Ling family had failed. Of course, Ling Jiao had also tried, and he wanted to give these 2 mystical techniques to his son, Ling Chong, to learn. Unfortunately, he had also failed. Because of this, he did not believe that Ling Xiao could succeed. However, in the next moment, Ling Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ling Xiao had effortlessly taken out 2 mystical techniques from the 2 supreme paintings. One was the Ox Demon, and the other was the Soaring Cloud Steps. Give it to me! After the shock, Ling Jiao quickly revealed a look of greed. Lord Jiao, you just said that if I take out these 2 books, then I can take them away, right? Ling Xiao frowned, but quickly glanced at the outlines of the 2 books, and copied the books into the mountain river diagram. Because he knew that he could not win against Ling Jiao, and the books would eventually be snatched away by Ling Jiao, so he must not lose out. Didn't you hear me tell you to give it to me? Suddenly, Ling Jiao waved his hand, and a powerful force directly sent Ling Xiao flying, and the 2 mystical techniques fell into Ling Jiao's hands. Ha 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 ha, I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. Ling Jiao laughed maniacally, and then waved his hand again, casually taking 2 mystical techniques from the bookshelf and throwing them to Ling Xiao. Kid, don't be unconvinced, these 2 mystical techniques are not something you can have. The 2 mystical techniques I've chosen for you are intermediate. Take them back and practice well, you won't lose out. Ha ha! Ling Jiao laughed, and could not wait to flip open the 2 mystical arts. Although Ling Xiao was hit to the point of vomiting blood, he was somewhat glad in his heart. This was because the 2 mystical arts had already been replicated. He would never forget what happened today. Remember this, one day, I, Ling Xiao, will make you suffer 100 times more humiliation. Ling Xiao did not say anything as he took the two manuals that Ling Jiao had thrown to the ground and left. Coincidentally, those two manuals were the ones that he had not had the time to copy before. It would be a waste not to take it. Ha ha ha, how could that beggar be qualified to practice the Ling family's martial arts? What a joke! Seeing Ling Xiao leave obediently, Ling Jiao felt extremely happy. He had read the outlines of the two mystical arts, and it was indeed surprising. It was a pity that these two techniques had a condition, and that was that they could only be cultivated by martial artists in the awakening stage. In other words, those above the third level of the martial vein would not be able to cultivate them unless they destroyed their own cultivation. But who would be so stupid? He could only take these mystical arts back and let his son, Ling Chong, cultivate them. Ling Xiao left the library in a sorry state, and along the way, he was pointed and laughed at. Because what happened in the library had been exaggerated by the Ling family's children, and the story had been changed and spread. It became that Ling Xiao had tried to steal the martial arts from the library, but was seen through by Ling Jiao and taught him a lesson. Ling Xiao did not know about this, but he also understood that it was useless to explain now. The only way to prove his innocence was to be stronger than Ling Jiao. He also believed that Ling Jiao would not make a big deal out of it, or someone would know the truth, and it would be embarrassing for him. After all, the Ling family was not a monolith, and Ling Jiao still had some scruples. Back home, Ling Xiao went into his room and took out the Soaring Cloud Steps to read. Soaring Cloud Steps, a growth-type movement technique, currently at the Soaring Cloud Steps stage. Every time it grows, the name of the technique will change, and the requirements will also change, but the goal is the same. After cultivation, the martial artist can be as light as a swallow, step on the clouds to chase the moon, and control the clouds. If it can be promoted to the highest stage, one can even ride the clouds, and laugh proudly at the 9 heavens. This movement technique can only be cultivated from the awakening stage, or else the foundation will be unstable, and it will be impossible to succeed. Even at the Soaring Cloud Step stage, if cultivated to the Great Perfection stage, one can temporarily fly in the air and fight on the clouds for a certain period of time. At this stage, in the Qi Shield stage, that is, below the 6th level of the martial vein, it is almost invincible. Seeing this, the pain in Ling Zhao's body disappeared, and was replaced by excitement. Invincible under the Qi Shield stage. Did this not mean that when he cultivated to the 6th level of the martial vein, he would not need to change his movement technique, and this was only the Soaring Cloud Step stage? This cultivation technique could be improved. For a short period of time, one can even fight on the clouds for a certain period of time. Even if Ling Xiao was ignorant and inexperienced, he was still a disciple of the Ling family, so he had never heard of such a movement technique. In any case, he was sure that there was absolutely no intermediate movement technique. As for advanced movement techniques, he did not know, but there were probably very few of them. After all, there were experts in the Ling family who cultivated advanced movement techniques, but they did not see anyone who could fight on the clouds. As expected of a miraculous technique. However, with such a good movement technique, why did the Ling family's patriarch use the painting to suppress it, and not let the Ling family disciples cultivate it? With this confusion in mind, Ling Xiao continued to read. Indeed, when he turned to the last page, he saw a line of handwritten words. This miraculous technique can only be cultivated by those who have awakened their martial spirit. If ordinary martial artists cultivate it, although there will be some results, it will at most be an intermediate movement technique, nothing special. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating it is too high, and it will affect one's progress. Therefore, it is imprisoned. It seems that the Ling family's patriarch also knows about martial spirits, and may even have seen people who have awakened their martial spirits. Could it be that martial spirits are not extinct? It's just that there are too few people who have awakened their martial spirits, so it's basically extinct? Ha! Ha ha! Ling Xiao could not help but laugh wildly in his room. Ling Jiao, you don't care about your face, and shamelessly snatched 2 miraculous techniques from my hands. In the end, it's all for naught. All right, Let me use this miraculous technique to teach your son a lesson in the annual tournament. In addition, there was another cultivation method for the soaring cloud steps that was a bit of a pain in the ass. It required one to reach the great perfection of an intermediate movement technique before one could activate the soaring cloud steps. The soaring cloud steps had a total of 9 steps, and the final step was great perfection. In other words, there was no cultivation method for this technique. He had to accumulate experience through other movement techniques, and then improve it. Seeing this, he hastily went to check the Ox Demon arts, and discovered something interesting. The soaring cloud steps pursued elegance and speed, and was a movement technique. On the other hand, the Ox Demon technique pursued strength and dominance, and was the application of martial arts. Not only that, the Ox Demon technique was also a growth-type martial art. However, unlike the soaring cloud steps, which relied on accumulation of experience to grow, the Ox Demon technique relied on devouring to grow. Chapter 10. By accumulating experience, the original movement technique would not disappear. But by absorbing experience, the original cultivation technique would disappear, and he would not be able to cultivate it again. Even if he did, he would not be able to succeed. However, the characteristics of the cultivation technique would be absorbed by the demon ox art. Fortunately, this kind of absorption was not passive, but active. In other words, he could choose. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not dare to cultivate it. These two mystical arts were both mystical arts that could be improved. Moreover, when cultivated to the highest level, it would be world-shaking. Therefore, he definitely had to cultivate them. However, this method was a bit strange, so Ling Xiao could only cultivate other martial arts first. Fortunately, he possessed a mountain river martial spirit, and could copy martial arts. He had stolen quite a few martial arts from the Ling family's library. Now, he could choose a few and start cultivating. Seeing the secret manuals in the mountain river diagram library, Ling Xiao began to roll around on his bed in excitement. The Tianfeng city they were in belonged to the state of Northern Han. According to the market price, a foundational martial art could be sold for 10 taels of silver. An elementary martial art could be sold for 1,000 taels of silver. An intermediate martial art could be sold for up to 100,000 taels of silver. Why was it that a poor person like Ling Xiao could not even afford foundational martial arts? That was because he would never be able to save 10 taels of silver in his entire life. Since he had already started, Ling Xiao prepared to take out a few foundational martial arts to sell. At the very least, he had to treat his grandfather's ribs well. Since the Ling family was heartless, then they could not blame him for being unjust. This year, he had not been living and eating for free in the Ling family. Normally, he had to practice martial arts and work, but he did not receive a single cent of silver. He only received some rations. And he was not full. He truly did not have the slightest bit of respect for this kind of Ling family. Therefore, privately selling martial arts secret manuals was not a big deal. Of course, for safety reasons, he still planned to start with foundational martial arts. After all, there were too many foundational martial arts, and the Ling family was not the only one with them. It would be very difficult to be discovered. Thinking of this, he hurriedly left and went to the Tianfeng city's auction house. Generally speaking, foundational martial arts only needed to be placed in the auction house. If they were sold, the auction house would directly transfer the money to your bank account. There was no need to wait there every day. Therefore, after Ling Xiao placed the 10 foundational martial arts in the auction house, he returned to the Ling. Treating his grandfather's injuries was of course important. However, increasing one's strength was equally important. If he wasn't strong enough, his grandfather's injury would definitely happen again. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao began to choose from more than 9,000 martial arts books. Although one shouldn't bite off more than they could chew, martial arts were a little special. Many martial arts could complement each other. Not only would they not hinder each other, but they would also speed up one's cultivation. Therefore, he definitely had to choose a few more to complement his cultivation. Moreover, if he wanted to improve his soaring cloud steps and feed his ox demon arts, he would have to continuously practice more martial arts. With the advice of the mountain and river diagram, the time needed to make this choice became much shorter. If he were to choose by himself, he probably wouldn't be able to make a decision even after a day and a night. However, under the advice of the mountain and river diagram, he only used less than 15 minutes to choose 5 martial arts. This could be considered a set of martial arts. The mountain and river diagram even gave this set of martial arts a name: Soul of the Fist. Cultivating these 5 martial arts at the same time could increase one's cultivation speed by 10% to 30%. It could also increase one's true chi accumulation speed by 10% to 30%. When using fist techniques, the power could be increased by 1 to 2 times. The 5 martial arts of the Soul of the Fist were the Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain Steps, Falling Star Fist, Chi Explosion Art, Scarlet Sun Art, and Chi Returning Art. In fact, if one carefully analyzed it, one would know that these 5 martial arts all used the Falling Star Fist as the core. The other 4 martial arts were all supplementary. The intermediate level movement technique, Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain Steps, was a fierce movement technique. After using it, every time one charged forward a certain distance, their strength would increase, their aura would also increase, and their speed would also increase, just like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Of course, this intermediate level movement technique would still serve the soaring cloud steps in the future. The intermediate level inner force cultivation technique, Scarlet Sun Art, was a cultivation technique that increased true chi. The key was that when using martial arts, it could increase the burning effect of the raging fire, and could also increase the power of the fist technique. The intermediate level secret skills, Chi Returning Art and Chi Explosion Art, one was a secret skill that recovered true chi, and the other was a secret skill that instantly exploded true chi. The latter could allow the Falling Star Fist to reach its maximum power in an instant, but its weakness was that it consumed too much true chi. The former, Chi Returning Art, could make up for this weakness to a large extent. This was the reason why Ling Xiao chose these 5 martial arts. As for why he chose the Falling Star Fist among the fist techniques, the reason was very simple. This fist technique was the most powerful of the intermediate level martial arts, and Ling Xiao liked to fight big and wide. Its power was not inferior to some high-level martial arts. Of course, its weakness was the same as the Chi Explosion Art, which was that it consumed too much chi. Therefore, most martial artists in the awakening stage did not like to choose it. But Ling Xiao was different. Not only was his mountain river martial spirit more vigorous than other martial artists of the same level, but he also specially chose the Chi Returning Art to make up for this weakness. Other martial artists, even if they were geniuses, cultivating 3 martial arts at the same time was already very heaven-defying, but he could rely on the analysis of the mountain river martial spirit to demonstrate the effect. He could cultivate 5 martial arts at the same time. Moreover, they were 5 martial arts that complemented each other. This was an advantage. From now on, he, Ling Xiao, was no longer the little beggar that could be bullied. His martial arts path would be smooth and smooth. After choosing the set of martial arts of the Soul of the Fist set, Ling Xiao began to cultivate. Of course, although he said to cultivate at the same time, he was only one person after all, so he still had to follow the order. It was just that the cultivation speed of each martial art was faster than others. He first chose to cultivate the Scarlet Sun Art. The reason was very simple. The Scarlet Sun Art could increase chi and strengthen the body. Whether it was from movement techniques or martial arts, it was very important. After all, the foundation of a martial artist was chi. Even the division of martial arts realms was actually based on the different stages of chi. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and then cultivated according to the contents of the Scarlet Sun Art. What made him excited was that once he encountered a blockage or trouble, the mountain river martial spirit would automatically help to solve the problem and give him the correct path of chi circulation. In this way, it was basically impossible for Ling Xiao to go berserk. Moreover, there was no such thing as a shackle when cultivating martial arts. For others, Breaking through the difficult cultivation bottleneck might take months or even years, but for him, these so-called bottlenecks did not exist at all. The whole way was green light, and there was no obstruction. His talent was not bad, but he was not as talented as he was now. All of this originated from the special effects of the mountain river martial spirit. This caused Ling Xiao to view the mountain and river martial spirit with greater importance and interest. Martial spirits were already very mysterious, and the mountain river martial spirit was obviously more mysterious than most martial spirits. How magical was it? Ling Xiao urgently wanted to know. But to know this secret, his current strength was obviously not enough. And cultivation was the key to unlocking the secret of the mountain river diagram. Because when he was cultivating the Scarlet Sun art, he could clearly feel that the mountain river diagram was also undergoing some miraculous changes. Of course, the continuous disappearance of the clouds should be the most obvious. At this time, there was another place in the small village of the mountain river diagram. It was an altar. Inside the altar was not a statue of a god, but a ball of fire. Chapter 11. After cultivating for only 2 hours, Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun art actually broke through the first level. He could feel that the true qi in his body was clearly more vigorous, and his body was expelling the waste liquid formed by the transformation of his body. It was black and somewhat smelly. Although his strength did not increase, his true qi and the toughness of his meridians had increased by at least 20 to 30%. He actually broke through the first level of Scarlet Sun art in just 2 hours. This cultivation speed was truly amazing. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. This inner force cultivation method only had 3 levels. After cultivating to the great circle of the 3rd level, one's attacks would be able to contain fire qi. It was even possible to form fire qi. One had to know that earth qi could only be mastered by martial artists above the 4th level of the martial vein. This was the biggest advantage of this martial art. However, because it was very difficult to cultivate to the great circle of the martial vein, there were not many people who cultivated it. After all, instead of wasting time on a set of cultivation methods, it was better to work hard to improve one's strength. At the 4th level of the martial vein, true qi would automatically transform into earth qi. However, Ling Xiao's idea was different. If he could condense earth qi during the awakening stage, his battle strength would definitely increase by a lot. After cultivating Scarlet Sun art for another 2 hours and stabilizing it at the 1st level, Ling Xiao turned to cultivate other martial arts. According to the guidance of the mountain and river martial spirit, these 5 martial arts were continuously practiced in order to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In other words, you should not blindly cultivate one martial art. Instead, you should first cultivate all 5 martial arts to the 1st level and then repeatedly cultivate them. This way, the effect would be best. Next, he chose Falling Star Fist. This was a martial art, an attack method, and must be learned. Just as the mountain and river martial spirit described, after learning Scarlet Sun art, the cultivation of Falling Star Fist became very easy. This set of fist techniques had a total of 9 moves. The moves were very simple and there were a total of 9 variations. It pursued power, not speed, and not variations. Ling Xiao liked this because it was easier to cultivate. In a short 2 hours, Ling Xiao completely mastered Falling Star Fist from the 1st to the 6th move, but the last 3 moves were still a little difficult. However, he did not continue to be stubborn. Instead, he turned to cultivate the Qi Explosion technique. This was a secret technique that only had 1 stage. Its function was also very simple. In an instant, it could condense a large amount of true Qi on top of a martial skill and burst it out. Of course, the amount could be controlled. 60%, 70%, or even 100% was acceptable. It was a desperate measure. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to test the power of Meteor Punch under the effects of Qi Explosion technique, he still held back. In order to continue fighting, he had to master Qi Recovery technique as well. The Qi Returning technique was the same as the Qi Eruption technique. It was also a secret technique. As long as one grasped the trick, it would be easy to cultivate. Both techniques only had one level. Relying on the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, he only used 2 hours to complete the task. The qi returning technique had 2 effects. One was to constantly recover qi at any time, anywhere. Of course, this speed would be relatively slow. Another option was that he could choose to meditate on the spot. This way, he would be able to recover completely within 15 minutes. Of course, it was only limited to the awakening stage, which was martial artists below the 3rd level of the martial vein. The higher the cultivation, the slower it would be to recover completely. After all, the amount of true qi stored would increase. The cultivation of the first stage of the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps was relatively simple. It mainly focused on the aura. With the previous foundation, he simply chose to cultivate this movement technique under the condition of qi explosion. It only took him 15 minutes to break through the first stage. After that, it took him 15 minutes to recover his qi. He returned to the Scarlet Sun art, and once again cultivated with qi explosion. The second stage was easily broken through. Ling Xiao really wanted to find someone to practice with. With the combination of the soul of the fist, he believed that even if he faced a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein, he would absolutely not be afraid. He did not dare to say that he would win, but he would definitely not lose, unless the opponent also had a special cultivation technique. In his heart, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He also stepped up his cultivation. Other than going out to eat, he completely shut himself in his room for the rest of the time. 2 days later, Ling Zhao's Scarlet Sun art neared the completion of the 3rd stage. Falling Star Fist comprehended the 7th move, and Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps had a total of 9 moves and 108 variations. The problem was that the room was too small. It was impossible to move around. If he wanted to try out Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps, he would have to go to a more spacious place. The Falling Star Fist was the same. He had to practice it. If he practiced it alone, it would be difficult to completely comprehend the true essence of the martial skill. At this time, his martial warrior realm was already nearing the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. What he needed was perhaps a real battle. But before that, he had to make a trip to the city's auction house. He did not know if the 10 foundational martial arts had been sold. If they were sold, it would be time to invite a doctor to treat his grandfather. In addition, he would continue to anonymously sell the rest of the foundational martial arts. Very quickly, Ling Xiao arrived at the auction house. The auction house staff told him that the 10 foundational martial arts had all been sold for a total of 100 silver taels. However, after deducting the labor costs, there were still 90 silver taels left. They had all been transferred to the bank's account. With regards to this, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied. The bank was next door. Ling Xiao checked. It was indeed 90 silver taels. Thus, he left another 10 foundational martial arts in the auction house. The auction house staff did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was only foundational martial arts. They had seen many of them. After taking the silver taels, Ling Xiao went to invite a doctor who specialized in treating bone injuries. Who knew that when he arrived at the side door of the Ling family, he would see a group of people practicing Qigong. Although they could also practice in the martial arts field, there were more trees outside. There were also many roof beams. The terrain was complex, which was more suitable for Qigong. Zun! A figure directly jumped up a tree. Like an agile ape, he flashed a few times and then landed on the ground. Good movement. Senior brother Ling Fei's Qigong is number 1 in the elite hall. No one can compare to him. Yes, even if there are some shortcomings in other areas, just his movement alone is enough to make many people of the same generation feel very uncomfortable. Isn't that so? In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. With this kind of movement and speed, senior brother Ling Fei may become number 1 in the elite hall in this year's big competition. The group of people below kept yelling. I wonder how my fierce tiger descends the mountain steps is. How is it compared to Ling Fei? This scene really made Ling Xiao's heart itch. Ling Fei's qigong was indeed powerful. He had to admit this point, but he was a little unconvinced. Zun zun zi. Perhaps he was encouraged by those people. Ling Fei deliberately changed directions in the air several times. His movements were very elegant. However, perhaps because he did not have enough strength, he actually almost fell in the end. Fortunately, he saw Ling Xiao. Thus, he attempted to step on Ling Xiao's shoulder to avoid embarrassment. Ling Xiao had no enmity with Ling Fei, but he was not willing to let him step on his shoulder. Thus, he only lifted his leg and kicked towards the sky, giving Ling Fei a place to step on. Ling Fei landed lightly on the ground, but there was some anger on his face. Senior brother Ling is really powerful. He can even do this. He is like a flying swallow. Chapter 12. Ling Xiao noticed Ling Fei's expression and couldn't help but shake his head. These disciples of the clan were all arrogant and narrow-minded. He could casually step on your shoulder, and if you helped him with your foot, he would be angry. He was too lazy to argue with Ling Fei. He was still anxious to let the doctor treat his grandfather's injury. Who knew that as soon as he took a step, a white shadow suddenly flashed by, and the medicine box in the doctor's hand had disappeared. It was actually hung by Ling Fei on the branch of a tree more than 10 meters high. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "Nothing, I just want to test your qigong," Ling Fei said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. "Who is that person?" Several disciples couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao with some confusion. Of course, there were also some who knew Ling Xiao. He used to be a beggar. A year ago, he passed the clan examination and entered our Ling clan. In this year, his strength was only at the first level of the martial vein. He also offended Ling Chong and Ling Feng, 2 disciples of the elite hall. Even Ling Yu, who was considerate to him at the beginning, has now become senior brother Ling Feng's woman. Yes, I have also heard of this guy. Senior brother Ling Chong gave in to him, but he didn't know what was good for him and used despicable means to sneak attack. He is simply shameless. But he seems to have advanced to the 2nd level of the martial vein. A few days ago, he went to the library and wanted to steal books. As a result, he was punished. This kind of person really doesn't deserve to be a disciple of our Ling clan. No wonder senior brother Ling Fei wants to tease him. I don't think we can take down the medicine box today. He probably doesn't know qigong. The few disciples of the Ling clan who flattered Ling Fei like lackeys now used a mocking and disdainful tone to evaluate Ling Xiao, as if they were superior to others. I was just teasing him. You saw it just now. He actually tried to attack me. Ling Fei shamelessly inverted black and white, trying to give a reasonable explanation for his actions. Ling Xiao frowned. As expected, without strength, one could only be bullied everywhere. Ling Chong, Ling Feng, Ling Fei, Ling Yu. If he was always trash at the first level of the martial vein, then there would be even more people bullying him in the future. Oh well, I'm going to try out the power of Fierce Tiger descending mountain steps today anyway. He no longer paid any attention to Ling Fei and the others. He looked at the medicine chest that was hanging on the 10-meter-high branch. Suddenly, he activated his true energy and used Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps. Bang! Oh my God! Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would hit his head on a tree. Sure enough, the first time he used such a powerful movement technique, he still couldn't control it. Next time, he would have to restrain himself a little. Ha ha! What an idiot! Ling Fei and the others laughed out loud when they saw this. Some of them even squatted on the ground and tears flowed out of their eyes. Ling Xiao did not mind. There was a first time for everything. He had used too much force just now, so this time, he would hold back a little. He activated his mountain river martial spirit, and a perfect amount of true energy flowed into his legs. The Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps was suddenly used. Ling Xiao was like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain, roaring and pouncing on the tree trunk. This time, he successfully jumped up the tree. However, he was still a few centimeters away from the medicine chest. However, this time, the laughter suddenly froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Fei was also shocked. He could see that Ling Zhao's movement technique was not bad. Even some of the disciples in the elite hall might not be able to match up to this kind of movement technique. It's okay, senior brother Ling Fei. This kid hasn't figured it out himself. Yeah, look at his expression. He's still confused. It must be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's pure luck. That's right. Even if he obtained the movement technique from the library, it's only been a few days. How could he have learned it? Just now, it was only under the activation of true energy that he jumped a little higher. Although their expressions were ugly, these people could always find reasons to comfort themselves. However, following this, they really could not find any more excuses. They only heard a low shout. Ling Xiao was like a vigorous fierce tiger, but also like a nimble mountain cat. He stepped on the tree trunk and his body lightly floated up. Then, he grabbed the medicine chest and floated down again. He steadily landed on the ground. At this time, those people already could not find any reason to comfort themselves. This kind of movement technique, even Ling Fei might not be able to match up to it. Intermediate movement techniques are indeed powerful. I wonder how the soaring cloud steps compares to the fierce tiger descends the mountain steps. When I go back, I'll try and see if I can practice the soaring cloud steps. Ling Zhao's heart was extremely carefree. Not only did he strike a blow against those who slandered him, but more importantly, he was now filled with confidence towards the future. Could it be that this guy is a genius? That's right. In just a few days, he went from a completely useless movement technique to such a superb movement technique. This is too ridiculous. The people who came back to their senses were more or less a little unconvinced. Some of them had already practiced movement techniques for 1 or 2 years, but they still could not compare to Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Let's go, doctor. My grandfather is still waiting to see his illness. The doctor was also a little dazed. After being reminded by Ling Xiao, he came back to his senses. This young master, your movement technique has really opened this old man's eyes. The doctor was only an ordinary person, so at this time, he already treated Ling Xiao as a certain young master of the Ling family. Otherwise, how could he have such good martial arts? Young master? You idiot, this guy is only a little beggar. He was just lucky just now. If you have the ability, do it again. That's right. If you do it again, you'll definitely be exposed. Those disciples shouted loudly. Clearly, they were not convinced that a little beggar was riding on their heads. Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but these people blocked his path. To be honest, he really did not have the confidence to win against so many people by himself. After all, including Ling Fei, there were several third-level martial artists. Since these people still wanted to lose face, then he would show them his movement technique again. Anyway, the fierce tiger descends the mountain steps was only the foundation. What he really wanted to practice was the soaring cloud steps. It did not matter even if it was exposed. Since you want to see, then I'll show you again. After saying that, Ling Xiao pointed at a fruit on the tree and said, That fruit. I'll take it down. Don't bother me anymore. You're bragging. That fruit is about 20 meters from the ground. Even senior brother Ling Fei might not be able to do it. That's right. If you can really take that fruit down, I'll climb around the tree twice and then bark like a dog. Ling Fei also said indifferently, For a third-level martial artist, the highest limit of movement technique is about 15 meters. This Ling Xiao is bragging too much. What he said was common sense. The Ling family disciples beside him also agreed. They were all waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Is that so? Ling Xiao laughed secretly. That Ling Fei repaid kindness with ingratitude. Now there were people who wanted to bark like a dog. It was a good opportunity to take down these guys' prestige. They would not dare to bully him at will in the future. He secretly circulated his true qi and condensed it in his martial vein. Then, it flowed through his meridians into his legs. Qi explosion technique. fierce tiger descends the mountain steps. Ling Xiao was very clear that Ling Fei was right. However, if he used the Qi explosion technique, his fierce tiger descends the mountain steps could reach a range of more than 20 meters. It was absolutely possible. Whoosh! A gust of wind sounded. Ling Xiao stepped into the air and instantly jumped nearly 20 meters high. Chapter 13. Ling Xiao had long been on guard against any underhanded moves. This group of narrow-minded people could do anything. So when the stone flew over and was about to hit his face, he suddenly punched out. It was the 7th move of the meteor fist, meteor shower. The stone was hit, and then flew back in the direction it came from. Ah! A person screamed, but Ling Xiao didn't have time to look. At this moment, he was very close to the fruit. It was better to pluck the fruit first. But because he had just hit the stone, he didn't have the strength to continue flying. At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao didn't give up. Using the remaining qi, he suddenly punched the ground. The 8th move of the meteor fist, heavenly fire raid. This punch was very powerful. It was a reverse attack, and the thrust generated was just enough for his feet to reach the fruit. No matter if it was his hands or feet, he would win if he could pluck the fruit. The fruit was kicked by his feet and then fell down. He took the opportunity to grab it in his hands, and then his body fell down. Just as he was about to have a direct high-speed collision with the ground, his body actually forcefully stopped about 1 meter from the ground. The Qi returning formula worked. At least he didn't make a fool of himself at the last moment, and his movements weren't too embarrassing. Who was the one who said he would bark like a dog around a tree? Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he pinched the fruit in his hand and asked. Those people who were hooting just now suddenly became mutes. They all lowered their heads and refused to speak. Ling Xiao already knew that this group of people were cowards. He smiled disdainfully and didn't continue to force them. Instead, he waved at the doctor and walked towards the courtyard. In his opinion, this matter should be considered to be over. Anyway, he wasn't a match for so many people. Leaving after acting tough was really F***ing exciting. But he didn't expect that after just 2 steps, someone would howl again. Stinking brat, stop right there! You want to run after hitting someone? Ling Xiao looked back and saw that the one who shouted was Ling Fei. Ling Fei's face was livid and his eyes were spitting fire. He was so angry that he was like a fighting rooster. However, the aura formed by his 3rd-level martial veins strength still brought great pressure to the people around him. Hit people? When did I hit you? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Even though Ling Fei's strength was stronger than his, the other party had gone too far. There was no need for him to back down. Arrow. You're still playing dumb! Ling Fei snorted coldly. Weren't you the one who broke his forehead? You're bleeding like this, and you still refuse to admit it? As soon as these words came out, some of the onlookers felt embarrassed, but most of them were still as shameless as Ling Fei. That's right. An outsider actually dares to hit a disciple of our Ling family. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Senior brother Ling, teach him a lesson. Beat this little beggar up. What right does he have to practice martial arts with us Ling family disciples? Yes, he's not qualified. The crowd was simply agitated. Ling Xiao had long known that this group of Ling family disciples looked down on them outsiders, but he did not expect them to be so shameless. He was so angry that he laughed. Just now when I was picking fruits, someone used a stone to plot against me. I sent the stone flying. If he's injured, then he deserves it. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a skin. When he had not awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, he was not afraid of anyone. Now that he had awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, did he still have to admit defeat in front of these people? Furthermore, the other party was clearly looking for trouble. Even if he admitted defeat, he could not avoid being beaten up. Rather than that, he might as well go all out. Good boy, you actually dare to talk back. Senior brother Ling, what do you think we should do? Among the onlookers, only a few were blushing and quietly retreated to the side. The rest all surrounded Ling Xiao. It was obvious that they had lost face and wanted to gang up on Ling Xiao. "Senior sister is back." It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd, who were originally staring at Ling Xiao like hungry hyenas, suddenly looked in the same direction. It was a white-clothed girl. She was like a snow fairy who had walked out of a fairyland. She had bright eyebrows and white eyes, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Although she was just walking, she captivated everyone. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? This is simply a goddess created by heaven and earth. A youth was almost kneeling as he said this. His eyes no longer had Ling Xiao in them, as they were completely occupied by the white-clothed girl. Ling Yixue, 16 years old, the third female disciple of the elite hall. It is said that she has already cultivated to the peak of the third level of the martial vein. She is only a step away from the fourth level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao also looked at Ling Yixue. After all, this woman was also the perfect woman in his heart. However, his performance was much better than the others. His admiration for Ling Yixue was not only because of her beauty, but also because of her strength. Ling Yixue was the same as him, an outer disciple who had entered the Ling family through the examination. However, their circumstances were very different. This girl cultivated to the peak of the third level of the martial vein in a year and defeated the disciples of the elite hall one after another, successfully advancing to the third level of the elite hall. Her resources were all obtained through her own efforts, unlike Ling Feng, who was ranked 10th in the elite hall, who relied on his family's advantages. A genius was probably referring to this kind of person. In the past, Ling Zhao's goal was Ling Yixue. This was because he believed that his talent was definitely not inferior to Ling Yixue's. In fact, the facts had also proven this point. If not for cultivating that incomplete cultivation technique, his advancement might have been even faster. He probably wouldn't be any worse than Ling Yixue. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He had lost many things, but obtained the mountain river martial spirit. This was a kind of luck. Before this, he really didn't dare to look at Ling Yixue because of his inferiority complex. When he first entered the Ling family, both of them were highly regarded. Now, their circumstances were completely different. However, today, he didn't care much. It was true that Ling Yixue was a genius, but he would catch up very soon. When Ling Yixue approached, the Ling family disciples, led by Ling Fei, all went forward to greet her. They were so attentive and enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao understood even more. This world was truly a world where the strong were respected. If he was strong enough, Ling Fei would definitely not dare to find trouble with him. Instead, he would be very respectful to him. At that time, no one would dare to call him a little beggar in front of him. At most, they would whisper a few words behind his back. Through the crowd, he admired Ling Yixue's beauty. The mountain river martial spirit also began to circulate. Ling Yixue's situation was thoroughly analyzed by the mountain river martial spirit. As expected, the true qi has already begun to change. A portion of the true qi has condensed into aura qi. When these quantitative changes occur, Ling Yixue will break through to the aura qi stage and enter the fourth level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure. However, only with pressure would there be motivation. He had to work harder. I saw you guys surrounding him just now. Why? Chapter 14. It's like this, senior sister. With Ling Fei as the leader, everyone started talking at once about what had happened. Of course, the whole story that came out of these people's mouths was naturally artistically embellished. Anyway, it wasn't like they hadn't done things that inverted black and white. This was already their specialty. Is that so? Ling Yixue looked indifferently at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao wanted to explain, but he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He had to solve his own problems by himself. How could he rely on a woman? And if he said it, and she didn't believe him, wouldn't that be awkward? Thinking of this, he didn't say anything. Did you see that, senior sister? He has already tacitly agreed, Ling Fei said loudly. Ling Fei, are you still a man? You know better than me what happened just now. Why? Are you going to drag senior sister Ling Yixue into this now? Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Brat, say that again? As the saying goes, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. In the Ling family, Ling Yixue was the one that many people had a crush on. Of course, that included Ling Fei. So he didn't want to lose face in front of Ling Yixue no matter what. I'm telling the truth. What's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay. Today Yixue is here, so I won't bicker with you. But you have to pay for his medical expenses and apologize to him in front of everyone. Ling Fei really wanted to beat up Ling Xiao, but Ling Yixue was present, so he couldn't do it. He didn't want to be called bullying. So he played the role of a hero upholding justice. Apologize? Haha, you want me to apologize to a despicable and shameless schemer? Ling Fei, your brain isn't fried, right? When Ling Xiao said this, even Ling Yixue couldn't help but frown. She just felt that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. A person who had just advanced to the second level of the martial vein dared to challenge Ling Fei, who was at the third level of the martial vein. Wasn't this purely courting death? In Ling Yixue's view, having strength was called having backbone. Without strength, it was called not knowing life and death. Senior sister, you've heard it all. This person injured our disciple yet refused to apologize. As the senior brother, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Ling Fei looked at Ling Yixue. He was looking for a reason to attack. Fighting and killing among the disciples of the same family will always hurt the harmony. Just now, I heard you say that Ling Zhao's Qigong is not bad. Why don't you compete in Qigong? If you win, I will make him apologize. Ling Yixue said indifferently. I'll listen to senior sister's words. How about it, Ling Xiao? Do you dare to compete with me in Qigong? Although Ling Fei had seen Ling Zhao's Qigong, he was not afraid. Firstly, he was more confident and felt that he was more powerful than Ling Xiao. Secondly, Ling Xiao had obviously used up most of his true qi. If they were to compete now, he would actually be at an advantage. Why wouldn't I? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Didn't you want to show off in front of Ling Yixue? Fine, then I'll make you lose face completely. He had seen Ling Fei's Qigong and he did not see how brilliant it was. Of course, if it was just based on the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, he probably would not be able to beat Ling Fei. However, he had the mountain river martial spirit. The analysis and practice of the mountain river martial spirit would allow him to seize the initiative in any battle. This was an advantage that Ling Fei did not have. Good, you have some guts. However, I'm afraid that you are just foolishly bold. Ling Fei sneered and then looked at Ling Yixue and said, Senior sister, I'll have to trouble you to be a witness, in case someone refuses to admit it after losing. Fine. Ling Yixue was still somewhat interested in the battle between Ling Fei and Ling Xiao. This was because in the elite hall, Ling Fei's Qigong was definitely in the top 3. In this year's large competition, Ling Fei might become her opponent again. There was no harm in observing first. After all, as an outer sect disciple, Ling Yixue could only obtain large amounts of rewards through various competitions within the clan. Otherwise, she would not be able to compete with the disciples of the clan. She was a very practical person. She wouldn't say nonsense like this was an unfair victory. When the disciples of the clan secretly practiced high-level cultivation techniques, no one felt that it was unfair. Of course, Ling Yixue did not have the slightest interest in Ling Xiao. The reason why she was willing to help was because she felt that everyone was an outer sect disciple and did not want Ling Xiao to be bullied too badly. Originally, she thought that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to admit defeat and then apologize. Who knew that Ling Xiao would be so ignorant and actually agree to compete with Ling Fei in Qigong? Even she was not a match for Ling Fei's Qigong. Ling Xiao had just advanced to the second level of the martial vein a few days ago. How could he win? This was simply a competition with a great disparity in strength. The outcome had long been decided. At this moment, there were even more onlookers at the scene. Many people came for Ling Yixue. When they heard that Ling Fei wanted to compete with Ling Xiao and Qin Gong, they were disdainful. It was not that they looked down on Ling Fei, but they felt that this competition was really boring. A speed race between a goshawk and a tortoise. Was there any suspense? Ling Fei always said that he would use his trump card in the annual competition. But today, in front of senior sister Ling Yixue, he is probably going to use all his skills to perform. Hee, there's a show to watch. Everyone was smiling and admiring Ling Yixue's beauty while watching Ling Fei warming up. As for Ling Xiao, who would care about a person who was bound to lose? How are we going to compete? Someone asked. Old rules. Let's compete in the 3 categories of Qin Gong as usual. Which 3 categories? The first one is called flying in the air. First, draw a line as the starting line. After flying in the air, see how far your feet do not touch the ground. This is the Qin Gong category, long. The second one is called stairway to heaven. Without the help of external objects, see who can fly higher. This is the Qin Gong category, high. And the third category is to compete in the speed of body movements. A round trip of 100 meters. Whoever is faster wins. The 3 categories were very simple, and the judging criteria were also very simple. The more such a competition was, the more one's strength could be seen because the possibility of cheating was relatively low. Just now, junior brother Ling Xiao already used Qin Gong. I guess he used up a lot of energy. Then, as his senior brother, I'll let him win this time. I'll go first. Ling Fei thought that Ling Xiao's true chi would definitely not be able to recover in a short time. So he did this. Not only could he show that he was very fair and noble, but he could also gain face in front of Ling Yixue. However, if he knew that Ling Fei's chi recovery formula could completely recover true chi in 15 minutes, he probably would not have made such a stupid decision. Senior brother Ling is indeed senior brother Ling. He is not like some people who hurt people and refuse to apologize. He really does not deserve to be a member of our Ling family. Okay, don't say any more. Anyway, senior brother Ling won. Ling Xiao has to apologize. Hearing the discussion, Ling Fei was very satisfied. He stood on the starting line and prepared to fly. Start. Following Ling Yixue's order, Ling Fei's body flew into the air like a swallow and suddenly flew to the front. So powerful. Chapter 15. Leaping 15 meters in the air didn't seem to be very impressive. However, if one were to compare, they would know that among the current elite disciples, 5 meters was the best result. And this result was also a record created by Ling Fei. In other words, he had broken his own record. At this time, everyone was shocked. Ling Fei might be average in other aspects, but his lightness skill was the best in the elite hall. I can't compare to you. Ling Yixue opened her red lips and shook her head. Senior sister, you're too polite. My lightness skill is good, but other things can't enter your eyes. Ling Fei said with a chuckle. He said it modestly, but his face was full of excitement. How could he not be happy that he gained face in front of Ling Yixue? Senior brother Ling Fei, can't you slow down and wait for us brothers? Ha ha ha, as long as everyone works hard, you can do it. Next is the second event. In the second event, Ling Fei still gave everyone a great visual impact. He jumped up 18 meters in the air and then landed lightly. Not only was it cool, but it was also very stable. It's your turn now, Ling Xiao. The speed competition requires 2 people. You should finish the first 2 events first. After finishing the first 2 events, Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said with a chuckle. At this time, everyone's eyes finally focused on Ling Xiao. But their eyes were full of disdain and some pity. It was like pity for a beggar on the roadside. No one believed that Ling Xiao's lightness skill was better than Ling Fei's, including the people who were watching the fun. I don't need you to remind me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked to the starting line. In terms of lightness skill, he was not as good as Ling Fei. This was for sure. However, he practiced the chi explosion formula, which could almost double the effect of lightness skill in an instant. It might not be a problem to surpass Ling Fei. Humph, pretentious. Seeing Ling Xiao standing at the starting line indifferently, everyone was a little unhappy. Start! As Ling Yixue's voice sounded, Ling Xiao also rose into the air. In the beginning, he did not use the chi explosion art. He wanted to save as much true chi as possible. After all, there were 3 events. He didn't need to be too shocking. It would be enough if he could surpass Ling Fei. This boy's lightness skill is not bad. Although he is not as free and easy as Ling Fei, he can be considered well-behaved. Ling Yixue frowned slightly. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to master the movement technique so well in such a short period of time. When he was about 12 meters away, Ling Xiao's body began to fall. Ha ha, I lost. I told you earlier that he can't compare with senior brother Ling Fei. But 12 meters is not bad. At least it's not too embarrassing. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao, who was about to hit the ground, suddenly felt as if his body was pushed by something. He suddenly jumped more than 4 meters away before landing on the ground. The scene was silent, as if everyone had become mutes. Over 16 meters! Ling Yixue was the first to speak. The surprise in her eyes had turned into shock. What happened to this Ling Xiao? How could he advance so quickly? Did I see wrongly? It's really over 16 meters? It can't be wrong. But what's wrong with this boy? He suddenly flew a few meters away. Cheating! Ling Fei suddenly shouted. It's not cheating. Ling Yixue shook her head and said, as a disciple of the Ling family, haven't you heard of the chi explosion art? It's in the book collection pavilion. Of course, Ling Fei had heard of the chi explosion art. But the cultivation of the secret technique was always more difficult than the cultivation technique. The key was that it was very difficult to understand. He never thought that Ling Xiao had actually learned it. Ling Fei was not convinced, but he had no choice. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he had to admit defeat. The second event, climbing the stairway to heaven. Ling Xiao's movements were never as free and easy as Ling Fei's, but they were very practical. Like before, he used the chi explosion art when he felt that he was about to fall. It was about 12 meters high. He still jumped to 20 meters. The second event, Ling Xiao wins! He actually won the 2 events of flying in the air and climbing the stairway to heaven. This simply made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground. No one dared to say that Ling Xiao's qigong was not good. Although the appearance of his qigong was a little ugly, it was not weak. Is there still a need to compete in the third event, senior brother Ling Fei? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei's face that had turned into the color of pig liver and asked faintly. Compete? Why not? Speed is the most important thing in body movement. Ling Fei's words were almost roared out. Is it? I originally wanted to give you face. Now let's just end it. Why bother? Ling Xiao said. Stop shedding crocodile tears. I don't believe that you can still win the third event. Ling Fei was sure that Ling Xiao's true qi must have been exhausted. He would definitely not be able to continue the third event. If he could easily defeat Ling Xiao in the third event, then even if he lost the competition, he would be able to save a lot of face. He could even take the opportunity to humiliate Ling Xiao. But there has to be some reward. I've already won. There is really no need to continue wasting time with you. Ling Xiao had originally invited a doctor to treat his grandfather's injuries. But now, before he could enter the courtyard, he was stuck here for almost an hour. If he did not get some benefits, he really did not want to continue the competition. I promise you, if you can still win, I will pay all the silver needed for your grandfather's treatment. Ling Fei had no choice but to say so. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was not willing to compete, he could not force him. Otherwise, he would lose even more face today. No need. I have silver. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have agreed to such a condition. But now, he really did not care. Then what do you want? Ling Fei roared. A breakthrough pill! Ling Xiao planned to at least break through to the third level of the martial vein during the annual grand competition. This breakthrough pill was essential. This is too much. Yeah, the requirements are so high. Who would use a breakthrough pill as a reward? Actually, you can't say that. After all, Ling Xiao has already won if he wins 2 out of 3 rounds. There is no need for a third round. There were still people who understood things. This gave Ling Xiao a little hope for this family. You don't want to give it, right? Then forget it. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and was about to call the doctor to leave. All right. I promise you, Ling Fei shouted. Senior brother Ling Fei, don't be rash. Yeah, senior brother Ling Fei, it's not worth it. Even you guys don't believe me? Ling Fei's expression was getting uglier and uglier. From the discussions of the onlookers, he could tell that they had gone from being completely confident in him to not trusting him. This meant that he had really lost a lot of face just now. Then, the third round was even more important. He had to save his face. Senior sister Ling Yixue, be a witness. These people's promises are like farts. I don't dare to easily believe them. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yixue and said, Sure, if he doesn't give it to you, I'll give it to you on his behalf. Chapter 16. Okay, I believe in senior sister's words. Then senior brother Ling Fei, shall we start? I don't need you to rush me. Ling Fei and Ling Xiao stood at the starting line at the same time. About 100 meters away from the starting line, there were 2 disciples of the Ling family standing. The 2 of them had to run around the 2 disciples and come back. Whoever reached first would win. The process didn't care about being in the air or being beautiful, only speed. At this time, the onlookers were all looking at Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao had created 2 miracles in a row. Would he be able to surprise them again? Start! With Ling Yixue's command, Ling Xiao and Ling Fei, one like a swallow flying and the other like a tiger coming down the mountain, shot out almost at the same time. However, Ling Fei was in the air, while Ling Xiao was running like a tiger. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? Does he think he is a tiger? So ugly! Some disciples who supported Ling Fei on the field laughed loudly. Ling Fei was also secretly happy, but he didn't have time to look at Ling Xiao's movements. He had to win the competition first. That loud laughter seemed to have come to a sudden stop. Because Ling Xiao's movements were ugly, but he ran like a tiger, and even created wind, causing the air to fluctuate. His speed was absolutely not inferior to Ling Fei's. When he bypassed the 2 disciples of the Ling family, the 2 of them were almost at the same time. Ling Fei was only faster than Ling Xiao by less than a body's length. However, they were all very clear that Ling Xiao knew the Qi explosion formula. He could almost catch up with Ling Fei without using the Qi explosion formula. If he used the Qi explosion formula, what would happen? Whoosh! A gust of wind told them the answer. When he turned back, Ling Xiao suddenly exploded. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow, and he instantly reached the finish line. He was almost 3 bodies' length ahead of Ling Fei. Oh my God, this guy is too crazy! Someone stood up and exclaimed. More people were in a daze. Because they knew what such fast speed meant. This would give them a huge advantage in the battle. How did he do it? Senior brother Ling Xiao's speed is already very fast. He is definitely one of the best among the elite hall's disciples. How can this Ling Xiao be faster than him by 3 body lengths? This guy is a monster. It has only been 2 or 3 days since he entered the library, and he can actually cultivate his Qigong to such a level. This is impossible. Impossible! How could I lose? How could he lose? Ling Fei's face was pale and bloodless as he knelt on the ground in a daze. It was over. The popularity that he had accumulated over so many years was ruined just like that. Moreover, he had to sacrifice a breakthrough pill. Was the Qi burst formula really that powerful? He didn't think so. In fact, one of his older brothers had also cultivated the Qi explosion art. His goal was the same as Ling Xiao's, but reality had proven that the chi explosion art could indeed instantly increase one's speed, strength, and so on. However, the instantaneous consumption was also enormous, and they simply could not afford it. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? He was completely confused. Even after using the chi explosion formula 3 times in a row, he still seemed to have some strength left. Was this guy really a monster? No matter whether he could understand it or not, this competition was considered to be over. Ling Xiao won, and he won all 3 rounds. Ling Fei lost completely. Ling Xiao is the winner of this Qigong competition. Junior brother, you're really good at hiding your strength. Take this breakthrough pill. Ling Yixue took out a breakthrough pill and gave it to Ling Xiao. She was very clear in her heart that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get it from Ling Fei, but she didn't need it because Ling Fei would give it to her. Actually, because they entered the Ling family at the same time, both of their talents were basically the same, so Ling Yixue had always paid attention to Ling Xiao. However, as the gap between the two grew larger, the chances of them interacting became fewer and fewer. It was only today that he seemed to have seen the high-spirited and high-spirited Ling Xiao of the past. Thank you, senior sister. Then everyone, can I leave now? When Ling Xiao took the breakthrough pill from Ling Yixue, his fingers touched the girl's skin. At that moment, it was as if he was electrocuted. This feeling was too special. Was this what a boy expected from a girl? Was this the feeling that every boy would have when they reached a certain age? It wasn't bad. He really wanted to keep holding Ling Yixue's palm. It was soft and smooth, with a gentle warmth. This scene made the eyes of the bystanders spit fire. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, took the breakthrough pill, said thanks, and then walked towards the courtyard. Today's matter was finally over. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. The doctor was probably impatient from waiting. The Ling family disciples who were originally blocking the way all stepped aside to make a path. This was the dignity of the strong. Ling Xiao won against Ling Fei with his strength, and deserved such respect. Young master, you're really amazing! Not only was the doctor not annoyed, but he also gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and did not say anything. If only you were a beautiful girl. Let's go, doctor. We've taken up too much of your time today. There will be another reward later. Where are you going, trash? The moment he stepped into the courtyard, 2 people walked towards him. One of them was Ling Jiu's son, Ling Chong. He was the unlucky guy who had his ribs broken by Ling Xiao. He did not expect that in just a few days, he was already full of energy. I went to your place to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Very well, since we've met, then let's settle the old and new grudges together. Last time, you didn't know what's good for you and plotted against me. Today, I must beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Oh right, it's best if you break a few ribs too. Ling Chang's face was filled with excitement and viciousness. He had been staying at home to recuperate for the past few days. Every day, he was thinking about revenge. Every day, he was thinking about venting his anger on Ling Xiao. Although his father had helped him vent his anger in the library, it was not enough. He wanted to personally defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao a fool in front of everyone. Last time, he was defeated in one move, and his heart was really sullen. The one next to him was his cousin, a disciple of the main family who was at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. From the looks of it, Ling Chong was worried that Ling Xiao would run away, so he brought a helper. What's going on? Ling Yixue also noticed the situation here at this time and could not help but frown and ask. Senior sister, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Before entering the library, Ling Xiao used a despicable method to defeat senior brother Ling Chong in one move and even broke his ribs. Junior brother Ling Chong is here to take revenge. Despicable method? It seems that senior brother Ling Chong gave him a chance, but he didn't know what was good for him and suddenly attacked. You believe such nonsense? When did Ling Chong hold back when fighting with others? Ling Yixue sneered. Although she was like a fairy, she also ate the food of the mortal world and understood the warmth and coldness of human nature. She understood some of the internal situation of the Ling family. She had actually encountered Ling Yao's encounter before. It was just that she had advanced faster, so she had encountered fewer of them. She had already decided to help. Ling Xiao had just competed with Ling Fei, so his true qi must have been exhausted. Now that he met Ling Chong, even if he could win, he might not be a match for him. However, unlike her, there were people who were happy. For example, Ling Fei, who lost to Ling Xiao. Chapter 17. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. Ling Xiao did not like to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. What's more, Ling Chong was no longer in his eyes. Coupled with Ling Jiu's obstruction of his cultivation, even if I can't beat you, I can take care of your son. Hee, interesting. You're not afraid? Ling Chong sneered. Don't think that you can act tough in front of me just because you've broken through to the second level of the martial vein. Today, you'll have to kneel. He had the capital to look down on Ling Xiao. He had broken through to the peak of the second level of the martial vein nearly half a year ago. Coupled with advanced martial arts. You talk too much nonsense. I still have to treat Grandpa. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chong. At this time, Ling Chong was like a clown in front of him. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant. Ling Chong found that he was looked down on by the trash that he had bullied for nearly a year. His heart suddenly became angry, and all the true qi in his body poured into his palms. In the past few days, his gigantic spirit divine palm had been personally taught by his father, and it was much stronger than the last time. In addition, his father had gotten him a lot of elixirs to improve his true qi. He was full of confidence. With a palm strike, it was as if a giant spirit had descended. The palm wind blew, and Ling Zhao's hair kept fluttering. Good Lord, this Ling Chong has actually comprehended the gigantic spirit divine palm to this extent. I'm afraid it's at least 30%. After all, advanced martial arts were difficult to master. With Ling Chang's cultivation at the peak of the second level of the martial vein, it was already very impressive to be able to master 30%. Therefore, even Ling Yixue was surprised, and then a little displeased. This Ling Chang's talent was not as good as hers, and his effort was not as good as hers, but he could get a lot of elixirs in advanced martial arts. This was too unfair. Ling Yixue was now about to break through to the fourth level of the martial vein, and only with her talent did she get an advanced martial art. She was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating advanced martial arts. She was also very clear about the power of advanced martial arts. Even if it was only 30% of the power, advanced martial arts would crush all intermediate martial arts. This was the difference in level. This momentum! This power! This speed! It's at least twice as strong as last time. It's good to have a good father. Although Ling Xiao did not put Ling Chong in his eyes, he would never underestimate his opponent in battle. As the mountain and river martial spirit was activated, all of Ling Chang's information was displayed. Therefore, he was certain that although the current Ling Chong had not broken through, his combat ability was at least twice as strong as before. It was just a little unstable. Not solid enough. The reason was probably because he had eaten too many pills. Heavenly Fire Ambush! Using the mountain and river martial spirit to find Ling Chang's weakness, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He activated the Scarlet Sun art, and his fists turned crimson red. He then used the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps and pounced towards Ling Chong like a fierce tiger. Today, Ling Xiao did not plan to dodge the gigantic spirit divine palm. He wanted to meet force with force and defeat Ling Chong by force. This would deal an even greater blow to the other party. He didn't want Ling Chong to cause trouble for him in the future. He didn't have the time to accompany this guy. Facing Ling Zhao's counterattack, Ling Chong was obviously shocked. He did not expect Ling Xiao to know such a ferocious fist art. However, thinking about it carefully, his gigantic spirit divine palm was a high-grade martial art. His opponent's falling star fist was only a middle-grade martial art. There was no need to be afraid. However, what happened next terrified Ling Chong. Qi explosion art. In order to completely defeat Ling Chong, Ling Xiao used the Qi explosion art again. This time, he did not hold back and completely released the true Qi in his body. The 8th style of Falling Star Fist, Heavenly Fire Ambush. Under the terrifying support of the Qi explosion art, the power of this move increased by several times. At that moment, the person in front of Ling Chong was no longer Ling Xiao, but a burning meteorite. It was a fierce tiger flying from the sky. Boom! Without any fancy moves, the fist and the palm collided head-on. The advantage of the high-grade martial art gigantic spirit divine palm was its power and aura. The advantage of Falling Star Fist was also its power and aura. A collision between a giant god and a meteorite. With the help of the Qi explosion art, Ling Xiao had performed the 8th style of Falling Star Fist, Heavenly Fire Ambush, to the point where even a high-grade martial art would shrink back. To put it bluntly, a high-grade martial art was just more powerful. However, if the power of a middle-grade martial art was increased several times, then there was almost no difference. Crack! Crack! Arg! Ling Chong screamed. His arms were broken by Ling Xiao's terrifying power, and the impact was so strong that his body could not withstand it, and he was sent flying. Bam! Ling Chong, who was sent flying, hit the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes became blurry. He's not dead, right? Even Ling Xiao himself was shocked by the power. He was really afraid that he had killed Ling Chong. If he had really killed Ling Chong, he would definitely come after him. After all, killing and injuring were two different concepts. No! Impossible! How could my high-grade martial art lose to you? How could it? Ling Chong was not dead. His body slid to the ground, and he struggled to stand up. However, his hands were hanging there, and he could not lift them. He shook his head in agitation, unable to believe the result. Another move! Ling Chong was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move again. The Ling family disciples at the scene were all nervous, and their breathing was rapid. They really couldn't accept such an outcome. In a battle between martial artists of the same level, although the outcome was unpredictable, and anyone could win, but to lose in one move was just too hard to accept. Not to mention that the loser had also practiced a high-grade martial art that was also strong in strength. It's good that you're not dead. Then I won't keep you company. After confirming that Ling Chong was not dead, Ling Xiao hurriedly left with the doctor. At this moment, his true Qi was really exhausted. If anyone still came to provoke him, he would not be able to handle it. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the corner of Ling Yixue's mouth twitched slightly. She hadn't expected this outcome either. I didn't expect that the combination of Qi Burst and Meteor Punch could unleash a more terrifying power than the high-grade martial art, Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm. This Ling Xiao might be able to amaze everyone in the annual tournament. Senior sister, what kind of witchcraft did Ling Xiao use? How could he defeat Ling Chong in one move? Seeing Ling Chong being carried away for treatment, Ling Fei was very jealous. Because Ling Xiao had defeated Ling Chong in one move in front of Ling Yixue, and that had left a deep impression on her. Witchcraft? Humph, I advise you to focus on practicing martial arts. Don't think about other things all day. Your aptitude is not bad. If you focus more, you won't lose today's Qigong competition, Ling Yixue said coldly. Although they are both at the second level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao's true Qi is more vigorous than Ling Chang's. Moreover, he is good at using the combination of martial arts. That punch just now included Meteor Punch, Tiger Descends the Mountain, Qi Burst, and Scarlet Sun Skill, these 4 martial arts. Other than him, who else can do it? This. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Could it be that he has always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Someone asked. It shouldn't be. Maybe he suddenly had an epiphany. Ling Yixue shook her head. But where did he get so many intermediate martial arts? Someone asked again. I'm not too sure about that. However, intermediate martial arts can be bought at the auction house. The martial arts that he practices are not unique martial arts, so it's normal. Chapter 18. If Lord Jiu knew about this, he would definitely tear Ling Xiao apart. Ling Fei sneered. Lord Jiu probably won't do it himself. After all, once he does, this matter will become a weakness for others to use against him. It's not a good reputation to bully the weak. Spittle can drown people. However, Ling Chong has a cousin called Ling Taizhou. He's second only to Ling Feng in the elite hall and is ranked 11th. He's at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. I reckon he'll make a move. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao asked the doctor to diagnose his grandfather's body. It wasn't difficult to treat broken ribs, but it required some precious medicinal herbs. And these medicinal herbs were more expensive. The 90 taels of silver that Ling Xiao had just received instantly turned into money for medicinal herbs. However, he did not regret it. It was not a loss to treat his grandfather's injuries. All right, young master, go grab these medicinal herbs. I've clearly written down the ones for external and internal application. If you keep using them for a month, you should be able to recover. After sending off the doctor, Ling Xiao went to grab the medicinal herbs. When he returned, he boiled the medicine for his grandfather. After taking care of his grandfather, he went out again. He was very clear that since he had injured Ling Chong, trouble would definitely follow. He had to continue increasing his strength. Now that he had mastered the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, it was time to activate the soaring cloud steps. In order to avoid being disturbed, Ling Xiao directly climbed over the wall and went out. Then, he went to a forest 700 to 800 meters away from the Ling family's residence. The fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, combined with the Qi explosion art, can already defeat Ling Fei. I wonder how powerful the soaring cloud steps will be? Ling Xiao was a little excited in his heart. Through the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao activated the soaring cloud steps. However, this was only the activation. If he wanted to master it, he still had to cultivate. However, this way, cultivation would become easier. This strange technique was a strange technique. Cultivating it was so troublesome and difficult, so the effect would definitely not be bad. It was because of this that Ling Xiao was motivated to cultivate. Perhaps it was due to the foundation of the ferocious tiger descending the mountain steps, coupled with the effects of the mountain and river martial spirit. Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to grasp the first step of the soaring cloud steps. Although the soaring cloud steps had a total of 9 steps, this was just the beginning. However, after trying out the effects of soaring cloud steps, Ling Xiao felt that no matter how hard it would not be in vain. He tried out the effects of soaring cloud steps in the forest. The final conclusion was, even if he didn't use the Qi explosion art, the effect of this soaring cloud steps could reach the perfection stage of fierce tiger descending the mountain steps without the use of the Qi explosion art. When he used the Qi explosion art, he was much stronger than when he used the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps with the Qi explosion art. This was only a step into the heavens. Could it be that this soaring cloud steps was not an ultimate martial art, but a high-grade martial art? Otherwise, the effect would not be so good. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's motivation to practice the soaring cloud steps was even stronger. It was very simple. He chose to practice the soaring cloud steps instead of the ox demon arcana because this movement technique was not only a good martial art for fighting, but also a good martial art for escaping. He, Ling Xiao, only had 1 life. Only by keeping his life could he continue to become stronger. Just as he was busy practicing to improve his strength, Ling Chong had been sent to the family's medicinal hall. The Ling family's medicinal hall was a place that specialized in refining medicine and treating illnesses. Who hurt my son? Ling Jiu and Ling Taizhou had already arrived at the medicinal hall. Seeing Ling Chang's miserable appearance, Ling Jiu was so angry that he smashed the stone stool on the ground. Ling Xiao! The disciple who sent Ling Chong to the medicinal hall said in fear. Ling Xiao? That trash Ling Xiao? Ling Jiu was stunned. He thought it was some kind of master. How could it be Ling Xiao? It really is that Ling Xiao. That guy seems to have mastered a unique skill that can combine multiple martial arts. His strength is terrifying. He beat Brother Ling Chong up like this with just one move. Trash! Ling Jiao scolded. Yes. That Ling Xiao is indeed trash. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about my son, Ling Chong. Ling Jiao was both angry and cowardly. He did not hesitate to violate the family rules to get high-level martial arts and a large number of elixirs for his son. But in the end, not only was his son not ranked in the elite hall, he even lost to Ling Xiao. To be defeated twice in a row, both times with just one move. How stupid was he? Ninth uncle, don't be too angry. Ling Chong is your son after all. That Ling Xiao, I'll help him deal with him. Ling Taizhou smiled and said. Taizhou, you're the most reassuring. Sai, why aren't you my son? You're only 1 year older than Ling Xiao, but you've already mastered 60% of the gigantic spirit divine palm. And you've cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. If you were to deal with that Ling Xiao, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Ling Jiao seemed to think highly of Ling Taizhou. Ninth uncle, for so many years, I've always regarded you as my father. My trash of a father died early. If it weren't for you taking me in, I wouldn't be where I am today. Ling Taizhou said. Good. Well said. You're my son from now on. Whatever you want, I'll satisfy it. But you have to look at the master before beating a dog. That Ling Xiao, it's time to teach him a lesson. But the annual tournament is coming soon. No hurry. When the time comes, I'll embarrass that kid in front of all the Ling family members. Ling Xiao naturally did not know about this conversation. In fact, even if he knew, what he should do would not change. After the first step of the soaring cloud steps, the requirements were even higher. He needed to cultivate 2 intermediate movement techniques before he could activate the second step. Left with no choice, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped and turned to cultivate the Meteor Fist and Crimson Sun art. He planned to cultivate the Meteor Fist and Crimson Sun art to perfection, then go back and choose 2 intermediate movement techniques to cultivate. After all, he could not just think about escaping in a battle. He also needed to improve his combat power. And if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein, he needed to cultivate the Crimson Sun art and Meteor Fist. In terms of increasing one's strength, martial arts and inner force mantras were better than movement techniques. And the secret techniques themselves did not help in increasing one's cultivation base. Therefore, ordinary warriors would not cultivate too many martial arts. They would focus more on training their inner force mantras and martial arts techniques. After spending an entire day, Ling Xiao's harvest was truly bountiful. He had cultivated the Crimson Sun art to the 5th level. He had also finally comprehended the 9th move of the Meteor Fist, Meteor Fall. The only thing he lacked before he reached perfection was maturity. This was not something that could be brought about by cultivation. It had to be tempered through actual combat. At this moment, through the display of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could clearly see that his true chi was 50% thicker than it was a day ago. The thicker his true chi was, the more he could use the chi explosion technique and the power of the Meteor Fist would be greater. The most obvious change in the mountain and river diagram was that the flames in the altar were much more vigorous than before. Chapter 19. Another 2 days passed, and Ling Xiao's Meteor Fist had already reached the great perfection stage, allowing him to freely use it. According to the standard movements of the mountain and river martial spirit, there was not a single mistake. The Scarlet Sun art also advanced rapidly, and finally reached the great perfection stage of the 9th level. At the same time, his cultivation had also successfully reached the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein, and his 2 martial veins had already been tempered to an extremely sturdy state. Right now, the density of the true chi in his body, the strength of his strength, and the toughness of his body would not lose to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein. In just a short week or so, he had already jumped from the trash in the mouths of others to a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. his strength had increased by several times. The source of all of this was naturally the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. Until now, his interest in the mountain river martial soul had become more and more intense. However, if he wanted to break through to the third level of the martial vein, he encountered a bit of trouble. The breakthrough of the realm required the assistance of certain external objects. Not only would it be easier to break through, but it would also prevent him from going berserk. To put it bluntly, he needed pills. Pills like the breakthrough pill, heart protecting pill, meridian protecting pill, and so on. Right now, he only had one breakthrough pill, which was far from enough. If he wanted to break through safely, the heart protecting pill and the meridian protecting pill were necessary. Because he only had one life, no one could protect him during the breakthrough process, so he could only protect himself. After returning home and eating, Ling Xiao did not cultivate anymore. Instead, he entered his room and began to plan his future. In the past, he did not even dare to think about the annual grand competition. However, it was different now. He was certain that on the day of the annual grand competition, he would definitely be able to smoothly break through to the third level of the martial vein. As long as he could obtain good results in the grand competition, then he would become a disciple that the Ling family would focus on nurturing. From then on, he would not have to worry about many things. He would receive more resources and even a monthly allowance. It would be completely different from now. At that time, not to mention Ling Feng and Ling Fei, even Ling Yixue and the other genius disciples of the Tianfeng city's families, he would surpass them all. The effect of the mountain and river martial spirit does not seem to be just for practice and analysis. There are villages, land, and perhaps even medicinal herbs. Raising beasts. There were only two sources of materials for pills. One was plants, and the other was animals. If he wanted pills, he had to gather enough materials first. If he could grow plants and raise monsters in the mountain and river diagram, that would be wonderful. Powerful analysis and practice effects, coupled with the effect of cultivating cultivation resources, this was simply perfect. He had to give it a try. Ling Xiao looked outside the house, at the dense forest behind the Ling family's mountain. Tianfeng City was surrounded by mountains, and the mountain range was known as the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was densely forested, and the terrain was complicated. The highest elevation was over 8,000 meters above sea level, and it was covered in snow all year round. It was a magnificent sight. No one knew how big the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was. Even if one stood at the highest peak, they would not be able to see through the entire mountain range. Legend had it that there was a dragon in the mountains, but no one had ever seen it. However, there were many demonic beasts in the mountains, which had always been feared and loved by martial artists. They were afraid because the demonic beasts were extremely powerful. He liked it because many of the materials on the demonic beasts could be sold for money and could also be used to concoct pills. Demonic beasts were artificially divided into 10 levels. This was the data obtained by martial artists using their own blood and experience. Generally speaking, the level of a demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist's cultivation. For example, a level 1 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist in the first level of the martial vein. However, demonic beasts were born special, so in actual combat, a level 1 demonic beast was stronger than most martial artists in the first level of the martial vein. Legend had it that a level 10 demonic beast king could easily wipe out a country. No one would be willing to meet such a demonic beast. Ling Xiao headed to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range not to earn money or hunt demonic beasts, but to find some special herbs and young demonic beasts. He wanted to see if he could plant and raise them in the mountain and river diagram. Once he succeeded, he would be able to raise any rare plants or animals he encountered in the future. This was a huge advantage. Son! Leaping over the Ling family's courtyard wall, Ling Xiao got into a stance and used the soaring cloud steps to dash towards the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The soaring cloud steps was faster than riding a horse even without using the Qi Explosion art. If he used the Qi Explosion art, it would be even more terrifying. Although it would consume true Qi, Ling Xiao cultivated the qi recovery art, so he could ensure that his true qi would not be consumed too much. Moreover, using the qigong movement technique was also a form of cultivation. Not long later, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the outskirts of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. He did not dare to enter too deep into the forest. If he encountered a ferocious demonic beast or even a beast king, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Anyway, he only had 2 goals for coming here this time. One was to do an experiment to see if he could plant and raise demonic beasts in the mountain and river diagram. The other was to collect materials for refining pills. The Ling family's medicine hall had a master who specialized in refining pills and refining pills. As long as you provided the materials and paid a certain amount of labor, he would refine pills for you. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be a disciple of the Ling family. The moment he entered the forest, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. This was because he discovered another benefit of the mountain and river diagram. On the mountain and river diagram, a patch of clouds dispersed and a forest appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to see that this was the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. However, the Dragon Submission Mountain Range displayed on the map was only about a kilometer in radius with Ling Xiao as the center. If it was just a map, there would be nothing to be surprised about. The key was that there were a few options on the map. Herbs, beasts, demonic beasts, humans. These options could be selected. Once selected, it would be displayed on the map. The herbs would appear as green dots. After clicking on them, one would be able to see what kind of herb it was. There would be a simple display of information. Beasts would appear as yellow dots. Demonic beasts would appear as red dots. After clicking on them, one's level would be displayed. Humans would appear as white dots. After clicking on them, one would also have a simple analysis of the data. However, it was not as detailed as demonic beasts. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was so excited that he wanted to laugh out loud. He felt more and more that his mountain and river martial soul was magical. This map seemed to encompass the entire world. However, it would only be displayed when certain events were triggered. However, excitement aside, he did not forget what he was here for today. Since there was such a display, it would be convenient. Ling Xiao's main target was the herbs and demonic beasts that were level 3 and below. It's starting! Ling Xiao checked on one of the green dots. Then, he leaped into the air and dashed towards the green dot. The plant displayed by the green dot was a plant called Heavenly Vanilla Herb. This herb was the most important herb to concoct the Meridian Shielding Pill. However, the troublesome thing was that this herb basically grew on cliffs that were tens of meters or even hundreds of meters high. If it was in the past, would Ling Xiao have collected it himself? He did not even dare to think about it. Chapter 20. Done! Holding the heaven vanilla grass in his hand, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. This was because the price of the heaven vanilla grass was not cheap in the market. Just one stalk would cost 10 taels of silver. And refining a meridian shield pill would require 20 stalks of heaven vanilla grass. There were quite a lot of heaven vanilla grass nearby. Ling Xiao might as well go all the way. He plucked all the mature heaven vanilla grass and dropped them on the ground. He entered the mountain river diagram. He did not forget the purpose of his visit this time. A medicinal herb like the heaven vanilla grass could only be used within 2 hours of harvesting in order to maximize its medicinal effects. Although it could still be used after a long time, the medicinal effects would be much worse. If the mountain river diagram could really grow it, then it would be wonderful. Welcome, mountain river ruler, once again into the mountain river diagram. This is the world of the mountain river martial spirit. The residents of the mountain river martial spirit are proficient in various skills. Some of them are good at farming, some are good at animal husbandry, some are good at alchemy. Ling Xiao, who had just entered the small village in the mountain river diagram, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. However, when he went to look for someone, he did not see anyone talking to him. In short, there's nothing you can't think of that they won't do. As the mountain-river diagram continues to level up, you will receive more help. Currently, the mountain-river diagram is at level 2 and can only recruit level 2 farmers and level 2 herdsmen. In addition, after the mountain-river diagram reaches level 2, a shop will appear. The mountain-river ruler can use these shops to buy the items he needs, including weapons, pills, treasures, tools, and so on. All goods are divided into 5 grades: ordinary grade, premium grade, precious grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. According to the grades, the effects are also different. Currently, the mountain-river diagram is already at level 2. The shop will be opened. The first time the shop is opened, it will be given a chance to draw a prize. As the martial artist's level increases, the mountain-river martial spirit will become stronger. At the same time, the mountain-river diagram's level will also increase. Under normal circumstances, it will correspond. For example, if the mountain-river ruler is at the second level of the martial vein, the mountain-river diagram will be at level 2. The higher the level of the mountain-river diagram, the more types of goods you can buy and the higher the grade. At the same time, the more powerful the mountain-river residents you can recruit. In the end, they might even be able to recruit top-notch existences from various industries: martial gods, medicine gods, craftsman gods, and so on. Ling Xiao, who was a little dumbfounded by the series of notifications, came back to his senses after a while. He hurriedly opened the mountain-river map store to take a look. There were only 12 items in total, and they were refreshed every 4 hours. Currently, the goods in the store were mainly farm tools. For example, a common grade hoe, its weeding efficiency increased by 10%, and its lifespan increased by 10%. Another example would be the premium grade sickle. Its harvesting efficiency would be doubled, its lifespan would be doubled, and its energy consumption would be halved. These should be used in the mountain and river diagram. If they were given to the farmers to use, they would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. However, things weren't over yet. This is the first time the Mountain River Dominator has used the recruitment function. You may now recruit level 2 farmers and level 2 herdsmen. You may also purchase common goods. The first recruitment will not consume anything, but you can only recruit 2 people. Please choose. As the voice sounded, Ling Xiao saw 2 cards appear on the mountain and river painting. The cards depicted farmers and herdsmen. They were drawn in a landscape style and were very beautiful. The cards also showed the special effects of the level 2 farmer and level 2 herdsman. Level 2 farmer. Agricultural production efficiency increased by 10%. Agricultural production quality increased by 10%. Level 2 herdsman. Livestock production efficiency increased by 10%. Livestock production quality increased by 10%. In other words, if he planted herbs in the mountain and river diagram, not only would the production efficiency increase, but the quality of the herbs produced would also increase. Similarly, it was the same for raising animals. Ling Xiao excitedly chose a level 2 farmer card and a level 2 herdsman card. He planned to plant some herbs and raise a few animals at the same time. He would slowly familiarize himself with this function. If it was really useful, he would invest more in it in the future. Greetings to the mountain and river ruler. Please assign the task. After choosing the recruitment option, white smoke flew in front of him. Soon 2 people appeared. One was dressed as a farmer, about 30 years old. The other was dressed as a herdsman, also about 30 years old. However, the farmer was a human, and the herdsman didn't look like a human. They looked like the minotaur that Ling Xiao had seen in the mountain and river diagram before. Of course, regardless of whether it was a human or a minotaur, Ling Xiao could understand what they said. However, he didn't know if others could understand them. Ling Xiao let the minotaur group herdsman rest first. In any case, he hadn't caught a demon beast cub yet. Then, he gave the heaven vanilla he collected to the human farmer and instructed, "Plant these heaven vanilla. Remember, don't spoil them. These herbs are very precious." Understood, mountain and river ruler. After the farmer received the order, he went to work. At first, Ling Xiao was still a little worried, so he followed him to observe. After a while, he was completely relieved. This was a profession. If he were to plant the heaven vanilla, he estimated that not more than half of the heaven vanilla could survive. However, the level 2 farmer had planted all of them, and the speed was very fast. Ling Xiao was now looking forward to the future. If this continued, he might be able to directly recruit alchemists in the mountain and river diagram in the future. In that case, he wouldn't have to look at other people's faces when refining pills. He could even forge weapons, tools, and the like, all of which could be done in the mountain and river diagram. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the mountain and river diagram because there were some things that he had to understand in detail. Recruiting people or buying goods in the mountain and river diagram required mountain and river coins. Mountain and river coins could be exchanged through real-life currency. For example, if Ling Xiao received 100 taels of silver in real life, he could choose to use it himself or exchange it for mountain and river coins. According to the ratio, 10 taels of silver could be exchanged for 1 mountain and river coin. Recruiting a level 2 farmer or level 2 herdsman would require 10 mountain and river coins, which was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. It was really not cheap. However, the effect was also very shocking. Ling Xiao didn't feel like he was losing out. Moreover, because the mountain and river diagram's level was relatively low, there were only 2 types of residents recruited, and their levels were only level 2. If his cultivation continued to increase, the mountain and river diagram's level would also continue to increase. Then, not only would the types of residents be recruited increase, but their levels would also increase. At that time, his efficiency would naturally be higher. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was full of motivation. He had one more reason to increase his strength. Oh right, I almost forgot that the first time I opened the shop, they gave me a chance to draw a lottery. Let's see what good things I can get. It would be great if I could get pills. That's what I need the most right now. The lottery method was the most common big wheel. There were all kinds of items on the wheel, including farming tools, weapons, cultivation techniques, pills, and so on. Chapter 21. Once the numinous Sky Hall set up the lottery wheel, it immediately spun faster. To be honest, what he wanted the most now was pills. But if he could draw something interesting and useful, that would be a good thing. There were many things on the wheel that Ling Xiao was interested in. For example, there was a mid-level skill called 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique. Such a skill was not even in the Ling family's library, and could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at the description of the skill, it seemed that after mastering the 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique, one could behead a person from hundreds of meters away. It felt even more powerful than a bow and arrow. A bow and arrow could not be controlled. Once it was shot, it would be shot out. But this 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique could be controlled. As long as one cultivated Gang Qi, even if the flying sword was shot out, one could still control its speed and flight path. That was awesome. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Pills! 100 Steps Flying Sword. Pills! These were the 2 things that Ling Xiao wanted the most at the moment, so when the wheel spun, he couldn't help but shout, hoping to get it smoothly. Beautiful! It's the 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique! Ling Xiao jumped up excitedly. Although this 100 Steps Flying Sword couldn't increase one's cultivation base, the increase in one's battle prowess was too great. Just imagine, before others even got close to you, you could use your flying sword to take their life. That was truly incomparable. Congratulations to the Mountain River Ruler for drawing the mid-level skill 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique. Because this is your first time using the lottery function, you are rewarded with a flying sword. This was an unexpected surprise. Ling Xiao looked at the description of the flying sword. Breeze sword, fine flying sword. Can only be used to perform flying sword martial arts. Increase flying speed by 20%. Increase the power of the skill by 20%. Note: an item obtained from the Mountain River space. The special effect is only effective for the Mountain River Ruler. If given to others, the special effect will disappear. In addition, after an item is stolen, one can obtain the exact same item from the mountain-river diagram. There is no limit to the number of times. Ling Xiao could understand this remark. That was to say, even if this sword was snatched away by someone else, it would just be an ordinary sword. It would not increase the flying speed or the power of the cultivation method. This wasn't a bad idea. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't able to protect what belonged to him right now. Perhaps someone else would snatch the flying sword away from him. But so be it. It was just an ordinary steel sword. There was nothing to feel sorry about. Anyway, the mountain and river diagram would compensate him again. Therefore, there was no need to worry at all. However, this clear wind sword clearly corresponded to a flying sword type of martial arts. For example, the 100 steps flying sword technique was one of them. It should have a single purpose, but even so, it was enough. Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. With these, his battle prowess would definitely increase by a lot. Now that he encountered Ling Chong, he did not even need to make a move. Ling Chong would die on the spot with just a flying sword. After obtaining the 100 steps flying sword technique, Ling Xiao temporarily put down his other work. After he exited the mountain and river diagram, he found a quiet place to start cultivating this intermediate level cultivation method. It was different from other martial arts. Although the 100 steps flying sword technique also had 9 levels to reach perfection, it only had one move, and that was the flying sword. After all, it was only an intermediate level cultivation method. You couldn't expect it to be too awesome. After spending 2 days, Ling Xiao cultivated the 100 steps flying sword technique to the perfection of the 9th level. With the analysis and practice of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was too easy to cultivate this kind of single-move martial art. The most obvious feeling was that the higher the level of the 100 steps flying sword technique, the faster the flying sword would be and the more powerful it would be. After reaching the perfection of the 9th level, killing a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein should not be a problem. Unless the opponent cultivated some kind of powerful defensive cultivation method. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a sharp cry from the sky. He raised his head and saw that it was a peak level 2 demonic beast, the Black Eagle. In the past 2 days, this was not the first time the Black Eagle had circled above Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to be looking for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. With it around, Ling Xiao had been very depressed for the past 2 days. He had no choice but to change a few places and almost went berserk. Today, this beast actually dared to come again. It was a good time to test the power of the 100 steps flying sword. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up. Holding the clear wind sword in his hand, he activated the true qi in his body and circulated the 100 steps flying sword technique. Whoosh! The clear wind sword turned into an afterimage and tore through the air. The sharp whistling sound pierced through the air and approached the circling Black Eagle at an extremely fast speed. Compared to bow and arrow, the advantage of the 100 steps flying sword was that he did not need to aim. As long as he locked onto the target, unless the opponent blocked or dodged, he would definitely be able to hit. The flying sword's speed was too fast. When the Black Eagle discovered it, it was already too late to dodge. A white light pierced through its body and blood splattered everywhere. I didn't hit a vital point. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the 100 steps flying sword, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. Although the sword pierced through the Black Eagle, it did not hit a vital point. After all, that thing was a peak level 2 demonic beast that was equivalent to a peak level 2 martial vein martial artist. If it was not a vital point, this sword would not have taken its life. The Black Eagle was furious and swooped down. It was obvious that it wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death. However, the Black Eagle's brain was not as good as a human's. It did not know that the 100 steps flying sword was a round trip. Release. Take it back. This was only one attack. Thus, when the Black Eagle swooped down, the clear wind sword had already returned. This time, it directly pierced through the Black Eagle's head. This was not controlled by Ling Xiao. Before he could control earth energy, the energy in his body could not be released. Instead, It was because the Black Eagle had shifted its position, causing the flying sword to follow the original path and pierce through its head. Luck! Ling Xiao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that cultivating was one thing, but actual combat was another. In the past 2 days, when he was cultivating the 100 steps flying sword technique, he used rocks or trees as his targets. These were all fixed targets, so it was naturally easy to hit them. It seemed that if he wanted to completely master the 100 steps flying sword technique, he would have to try attacking demonic beasts. There were many valuable materials on the Black Eagle. If he were to sell them in the market, he would be able to sell them for at least 1,000 taels. After all, this was a peak level 2 demonic beast. Its blood and bones could be used to refine pills. After throwing the Black Eagle's corpse into the mountain river diagram, Ling Xiao carried the clear wind sword and used soaring cloud steps to search the dragon's submission mountain range. What he wanted to find was the young of a demonic beast. Of course, he could also kill a few demonic beasts that were level 3 and below and sell them for money. After all, selling cultivation technique manuals was a little too eye-catching. Basic martial arts and low-level martial arts were still fine, but once he sold middle-level martial arts, it was impossible not to be discovered. That's the Black Eagle's fledgling. When Ling Xiao killed the Black Eagle previously, he was wondering if it would leave its fledgling behind. Thus, he purposely searched the area where the Black Eagle usually circled. As expected, he found a bird's nest on a cliff. There were 4 fledgling birds inside. Ling Xiao did not say anything and placed them into the mountain river diagram, then handed them over to the level 2 herdsman to help raise them. Chapter 22. After finding the Black Eagle chick, Ling Xiao did not stop his search. There was only one type of herb and one type of demonic beast. It was obviously not enough. Heavenly Star Flower, one of the ingredients to refine the breakthrough pill. Double-winged snake, its gallbladder is an important ingredient to refine the heart protection pill. It is a peak level 1 demonic beast when it matures and is highly poisonous. Qi transformation fruit, the main ingredient to refine the breakthrough pill. Wolverine, its bones can be used to refine the Vajra pill. It is a normal level 3 demonic beast when it matures. In the process of searching for herbs and demonic beasts, Ling Xiao also began to try to cultivate 2 intermediate movement techniques at the same time. 3 days later, these 2 intermediate movement techniques had been cultivated to the great perfection stage. Ling Xiao directly activated the second step of the soaring cloud steps. Then, he continued to practice. After reaching the second step of the soaring cloud steps, his speed had far surpassed that of a martial artist of the same level. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein was not as fast as him. If he used the Qi explosion art, even if he met a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein, he could still easily escape. As for the 100 steps flying sword technique, it was often used when hunting demonic beasts. Therefore, in these 3 days he could almost use the 100 steps flying sword technique to the point of perfection. He could freely retract and release it, and when locking onto a target, it was even more accurate. If he were to meet that Black Eagle again, there would definitely be a situation where he was unable to hit its vitals the first time. He would definitely be able to kill it with one strike. For 3 consecutive days, he continuously cultivated his movement technique and the 100 steps flying sword technique, because he had to circulate the Crimson Sun skill. Every time, it also allowed the Crimson Sun skill to advance rapidly. He had already cultivated it to the 9th level, close to the great perfection stage. Of course, other than the increase in strength, there were also many other gains. Other than the demonic beasts that were worth 20 to 30,000 taels of silver, his mountain river diagram already had 10 types of medicinal herbs and 3 types of demonic beast cubs. If it wasn't for the fact that there were few farmers and herdsmen, he would have chosen to stay here for a few more days. However, it was time to return. The materials were more or less collected, so it was time to use them to refine pills. After all, The most important thing was to raise his strength to the 3rd level of the martial vein. This was extremely important for the annual grand competition that was about to begin. If there was anything to be regretful about, it would be that he had not seen a single peak rank 3 demonic beast in the past few days. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't dare to venture into the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range alone because it was far too dangerous. If he were to lose his life, it really wouldn't be worth it. Roar! Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a huge red dot on the mountain river diagram. Then, he heard a howl that was enough to shake his blood and qi. Level 4 demonic beast, Howling Moon Wolf. Ling Xiao opened that big red dot to take a look and was shocked. Hurry up and run. Peak level 3 demonic beasts can be dealt with, but don't even think about level 4 demonic beasts. That is definitely not something a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd layer of the martial vein can deal with. Get lost! We lured this howling moon wolf out from the mountains. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a group of youths surrounding him. There were roughly 12 or 13 of them, and none of them were weak. The strongest of them should be on par with Ling Yixue. They were both at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Get lost? I didn't want to snatch this thing from you. Don't you know how to speak? Ling Xiao frowned and said. I am Li Xingyun. Junior brother offended you just now. I hope you can forgive me. How should I address you? This person's attitude is not bad. Li Xingyun? Oh right, isn't this the genius disciple from the Tianfeng City's Li family? I am Ling Xiao. Don't mind it. I am leaving anyway. Originally, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed, but this Li Xingyun was still considered polite, so he didn't take it to heart. So you are a disciple of the Ling family. It is fate that we met. This howling moon wolf is strong. Why don't we deal with it together? You will naturally have a share of the harvest. Li Xingyun smiled. No need. I am afraid of death. Ling Xiao waved his hand and turned to leave without any reluctance. Humph, coward! I have never heard of this name Ling Xiao. He is probably just an ordinary disciple. Senior brother Xingyun, why are you wasting your breath on him? If it were Ling Feng, Ling Tai's Ho, Ling Yixue, it would be fine. Enough, stop talking. The howling moon wolf is coming. Quickly set up the trap and prepare to attack. Li Xingyun waved his hand. Although he was only 15 or 16 years old, he had the demeanor of an expert. When Ling Xiao was about 200 to 300 meters away, he stopped. He was very interested in how the Tianfeng City's Li family, one of the 4 major families, would deal with this howling moon wolf. A Class 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. It could already use earth energy. The Li family's disciples set up the trap, leaving only Li Xingyun as bait. The rest of them hid and waited for the howling moon wolf to enter the trap. However, they had underestimated the howling moon wolf's strength. Oh woo! When the howling moon wolf rushed over, it opened its mouth and howled. A blade-shaped earth energy flew out from its mouth and scraped the ground. The traps that were set up were all destroyed. Not good, this guy is too strong and very cunning. We are no match for it. Retreat! Li Xingyun only wanted to test how strong a Class 4 demonic beast would be when he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. However, he obviously did not expect the Class 4 demonic beast to be so strong. It was completely unexpected. Only he could withstand a few attacks. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed by the blade-shaped earth energy. Ah! Just as he finished speaking, someone was already cut in half at the waist. That person was a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. He was hiding behind the tree. Who knew that after the tree was cut in half, even he would be killed? This time, the Li family's disciples panicked and fled in all directions. Some of them were even accidentally tripped by the roots of the tree. This is the terror of a Class 4 demonic beast. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, did not have the intention to laugh at the Li family's disciples. If it were him, he would also have to flee in such a sorry state. Everyone, don't panic. I'll block him first. You guys quickly retreat! At the critical moment, Li Xingyun acted like a character. He did not turn around and flee. Instead, he shook the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the howling moon wolf. The blade-shaped gangchi that had attacked him earlier had been blocked by his sword. This also made him aware of the gap between him and a Class 4 demonic beast. It was impossible to win. But perhaps he could hold on for a while. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was somewhat impressed by this Li Xingyun. Such a person was much more brilliant than Ling Fei, Ling Chong, and Ling Feng. Perhaps only Ling Yixue could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Gale's sword! Li Xingyun shouted angrily. He kicked the ground and flew out. His long sword was pointed at the howling moon wolf's throat. No matter what demonic beast it was, the throat was always the weakest part. Li Xingyuan obviously knew this. Gale's sword? That should be a high-level sword technique. This Li Xingyun was indeed a genius of the Li family. He was actually able to obtain a high-level sword technique. It seemed that he was also someone who was focused on grooming. Senior brother Xingyun, you can do it! Kill that evil creature! Seeing Li Xingyun's attack, the Li family's disciples who were panicking suddenly stopped and began to shout. What a bunch of troublemakers! Why aren't you running now? It would be strange if Li Xingyun didn't die from anger. Ling Xiao was speechless as he watched. He knew very well that although Li Xingyun was powerful, he could only temporarily delay the howling moon wolf's attack in order to let the rest of the Li family's disciples escape. Chapter 23. Slash! Li Xingyun's sword pierced the howling moon wolf's body. However, it could only penetrate half an inch before it could no longer penetrate. The level 4 beast's terrifying defense and the hardness of its bones were comparable to Li Xingyun's sword. Oh woo! The howling moon wolf howled in pain and shot out another gangchi blade. Li Xingyun hurriedly pulled out his sword to block the attack, but he was still hit. Although he had cultivated a defensive cultivation technique and was not seriously injured, the wound was still quite scary. Coupled with the force of the gangchi blade, he could not stabilize his body and was sent flying before crashing into a tree. This injury was nothing to a peak level 3 martial vein martial artist, but in a fight between experts, life and death was a hair's breadth away. He was already inferior to the howling moon wolf. Now that he was knocked down, the howling moon wolf would not let go of this opportunity. It jumped up and pounced on him. Senior Xingyun! When the Li family disciples saw this situation, they were all frightened to the point of being terrified. There were even some who directly covered their eyes. Son! Li Xingyun was about to die under the howling moon wolf's bloody mouth. Suddenly, a sword ray flew past the obstacles and hit the howling moon wolf. Oh woo! The howling moon wolf let out a hysterical cry. The sound was so ear-piercing that it caused a few Li family disciples to foam at the mouth and faint on the spot. The surrounding grass and trees rustled as if they were frightened by the howl. The Li family disciples looked over in shock and realized that the sword ray had flown away. The wound on the howling moon wolf's forehead had obviously deepened. This sword ray happened to hit the wound that Li Xingyun left on the howling moon wolf's forehead. The sword ray flew back and forth. In an instant, when the howling moon wolf tried to find the attacker, it realized that there was no one. At this moment, Li Xingyun took the opportunity to escape. He was a smart person. He knew that someone was helping him. No matter who it was, he had to save his own life first. However, the howling moon wolf would not let him go so easily. Since it did not find the attacker, the howling moon wolf blamed all its hatred on the Li family disciples. It chased after them crazily. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out continuously. In just an instant, 2 Li clan disciples had already died. Although Li Xingyun wanted to stop the howling moon wolf, there was nothing he could do. He had lost too much blood and was already feeling dizzy. It seemed that all the Li clan disciples present today were about to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the sword light appeared again. Zung! It still accurately pierced the same wound as before. Roar! No matter how strong the Howling Moon Wolf was, it was only a Class 4 demonic beast. Ling Xiao's 100 Steps Flying Sword had already been cultivated to the peak of the 9th level. With the addition of the Clear Wind Sword's power and the explosive Qi Art's power, he was able to stab the wound twice. No matter how hard his bones were, they were still pierced. Of course, trying to kill the Howling Moon Wolf with this alone was still a bit wishful thinking. However, the Howling Moon Wolf was out in the open. Ling Xiao was in the dark, continuously releasing the 100 Steps Flying Sword. Every time he released it, he would change his position. When the Howling Moon Wolf reached his position, it could only howl angrily at the sky. When the Howling Moon Wolf set its target on Ling Xiao, the Li clan disciples had already started to retreat. They had just witnessed the terror of the Howling Moon Wolf. If they did not escape now, they would not have the chance to do so later. Let's go, senior brother Xingyun. Regardless of who attacked, we managed to escape with our lives today. Seeing that Li Xingyun was still reluctant to leave, everyone started to urge him. Li Xingyun replied with an but he was obviously reluctant to leave. The Howling Moon Wolf's aura was obviously much weaker, and it looked like it was about to die. It would be a pity to leave just like that. To be honest, the wound on the Howling Moon Wolf was left by him at the beginning. Roar! At this moment, the Howling Moon Wolf suddenly howled and turned around to escape into the depths of the forest. Ha ha ha, I'll torture you to death! Amidst the laughter, a figure chased in the direction of the Howling Moon Wolf. When Ling Xiao executed Soaring Cloud Steps, his speed was definitely much faster than Howling Moon Wolf, who had lost too much blood and whose footsteps were unsteady. The Howling Moon Wolf was full of treasures, worth more than 40 to 50,000 silvers. He could not let his hard work go to waste. After all, he did not save Li Xingyun because he wanted to save him. In the end, it was because he saw a chance to kill the Howling Moon Wolf. Isn't that the Ling clan disciple from earlier? Someone recognized Ling Xiao. Yes, I think his name is Ling Xiao. This guy's movement skills are terrifying. How can he be so fast? The flying sword technique just now should be used by him. Where did he get that martial arts skill from? I've never heard of the Ling clan having such a sword technique. If not for him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. That's right, if senior brother Xingyun did not stab the Howling Moon Wolf first, with just him? Among the Li clan disciples, there were clearly some who were stronger than Ling Xiao who were dissatisfied. Among these people, other than Li Xingyun who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, there were 3 others who were at the same level. They naturally looked down on Ling Xiao and felt that Ling Xiao had taken advantage of them. But that's fine too. After he kills the Howling Moon Wolf, we'll take advantage of him. A Ling clan disciple at the 3rd level of the martial vein sneered. Li Xingyun's face was cold, and it seemed like he had the same idea. This isn't taking advantage of him. We were the ones who lured the Howling Moon Wolf out to kill. No one asked him to do it. Someone else said. At this moment, a wail came from a few hundred meters away. Everyone could tell that it was the last wail before death. It's dead? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Li Xingyun waved his hand and everyone followed. Although 3 people had died, there were still 10 of them. Of course, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao. Not far away, Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was using the Qi recovery technique to recover his true Qi. In order to kill the Howling Moon Wolf, Ling Xiao had continuously used the Qi explosion technique, which consumed a lot of his true Qi. Now that he had finally killed it, his true Qi was almost depleted. He was worried that the Li clan disciples would come looking for trouble, so he was not in a hurry to clean up the scene. Instead, he was anxious to recover his true Qi. If the other party came looking for trouble, he would be prepared. Other than the Qi recovery technique, he was also chewing on a kind of herb. This was the herb used to refine the Qi recovery pill. Although the effect was definitely much worse than the Qi recovery pill, it was better than nothing. This time, he could only say that he was lucky to be able to kill the Howling Moon Wolf at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. If not for the wound caused by Li Xingyun's sword, his attack would not even be able to break through the Howling Moon Wolf's defense. Although he was not convinced, this was the reality. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Even if one's cultivation method was powerful, it would be difficult to make up for that difference. It seemed that it was urgent to raise his cultivation level. A moment later, the Li clan disciples arrived at the scene. The leader was Li Xingyun. Brother Ling, this Howling Moon Wolf was discovered by us, and we were also the ones who lured it out. Since Brother Ling helped to kill it, we will naturally give Brother Ling some things as compensation. Li Xingyun's words were calm and composed. However, at this moment, in Ling Zhao's eyes, he had already turned from an elegant young master to a pile of stinky sh*t. Chapter 24. Senior Brother Xingyun, don't waste your breath on him. We don't need to share anything with him. The one who spoke was a young man beside Li Xingyun. He was at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Although he wasn't as strong as Li Xingyun, he was definitely stronger than Ling Xiao. Li Rui! Don't say that! I believe that Brother Ling is a smart man. Li Xingyun was a hypocrite. He wanted the Howling Moon Wolf's body, but he pretended to be a gentleman. It was disgusting. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at them calmly. To be honest, the only one he was afraid of was Li Xingyun. However, Li Xingyun was injured and his strength was less than half of what it was before. He wasn't afraid of him. As for the others, they were nothing in his eyes. How about it, Brother Ling? What compensation do you need? As long as it's within our acceptable range, we can give it to you. Li Xingyun asked when he saw that Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Ling Xiao spoke up this time. He still needed some time to recover his true qi, so he could buy some time. Li Xingyun didn't seem to know what he was doing. After all, no martial artist below the 3rd level of the martial vein would cultivate the qi recovery technique. Even if they did, the effects wouldn't be good. He was an exception. No one knew that under the influence of the mountain river martial spirit, the effects of all martial arts would increase. Currently, his mountain river martial spirit was at the 1st level. The increase in effect was 10%. Brotherly, how should we split it? Li Xingyun rubbed his chin and said, How about this? There are 13 people here today, including you. If we split it according to the number of people, you won't get 10%. However, since Brother Ling has contributed, we might as well take a loss and give you 10%. We'll split the remaining 90%. How about that? Give him 10%? That's too easy for him. 3 of our brothers died, and we still need to compensate them. Li Rui said unhappily. Yes, that's too much. Why should he take 10%? The other Li family disciples agreed with Li Rui. Not even 10%? Hee, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Ling Xiao was amused. He thought that Li Xingyun was shameless enough, but he did not expect others to be even more shameless. Brat, if you don't want it, then forget it. We are being kind by giving you some. So what if we don't? Li Rui sneered, his face full of disdain and mockery. In any case, they had the advantage in numbers, and several of them were obviously stronger than the other party. What was there to fear? In the first place, the Tianfeng city's 4 great clans were competing with each other. Even if they didn't give it to him, so what? Really? Originally, I thought that since some of you died, I wanted to share some with you. But now, don't even think about getting a single strand of hair. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He wasn't an unreasonable person, but since the other party was so shameless, he had no choice but to be merciless. Speak the human language when you see a person, speak the ghost language when you see a ghost. Since you're ungrateful and shameless, then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being benevolent. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Li Rui roared, and with a shake of the long sword in his hand, he stabbed it directly at Ling Zhao's throat. He was going to silence him. After all, no one would know that they were the ones who killed someone in this forest. Moreover, they had never heard of Ling Zhao's name, which meant that he was just a lowly disciple of the Ling clan. If they killed him, then so be it. No one would come looking for trouble. Li Xingyun did not stop him. He was injured and could not make a move. However, although Li Rui's strength was slightly weaker than his, it was obvious that he was stronger. It should not be difficult for him to win. Hurricane Sword. The sword technique that Li Rui used with his long sword was the same as Li Xingyun's, an advanced martial art, Hurricane Sword technique. However, in terms of momentum and power, it was obviously weaker than Li Xingyun's. Senior Li Rui's Hurricane Sword technique has been cultivated to the 4th level. Although it's not as good as Senior Xingyun's, that brat won't be able to block it. That brat doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die. The disciples of the Li clan were not grateful at all. When they saw that Li Rui was going to kill Ling Xiao, they were all gloating. Was this what a fight between clans was like? It was really cruel. However, they had picked the wrong target to bully today. The ignorant are truly fearless. In the face of the attack, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He was born a beggar. Since he was young, he knew that there was no such thing as mercy in this world. If someone wanted to kill you, you had to kill them to survive. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. Li Rui's long sword was about to strike, but Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared without a trace. The rock that Li Rui was sitting on was pierced through by the hurricane's sword. Gravel flew everywhere. If it had hit someone, they would have died without a doubt. What kind of movement technique is that? How can he be so fast? All the disciples of the Li clan, including Li Xingyun, were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was still sitting there a moment ago, and the next moment, he was gone. They had no idea what had just happened. All they saw was a flash, and Li Rui's target was gone. Senior Li Rui, watch out. Ling Xiao appeared behind Li Rui. However, he did not plan to use the 100 steps flying sword. The distance was too close, and the 100 steps flying sword was not as powerful as the meteor punch. Hurricane Sword, 2nd style, Wind Cutter. Li Rui also felt that someone was behind him, so he quickly turned around and tried to force Ling Xiao away. However, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I haven't used the 9th style of the meteor punch yet. I'll let you have a taste of its power first. The 9th style of the meteor punch, Meteor Fall. Ling Xiao did not hold back. He hated this ungrateful person who wanted to kill him at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, he went for the kill. Not only did he use the most powerful style of the meteor punch, but he also used the Qi explosion technique. Have mercy. Li Xingyun could clearly feel the power of this punch, and hurriedly tried to stop it. I'm going to die. Li Rui's feeling was even stronger. It was as if he saw a meteor crashing into his body. That terrifying aura made it impossible for him to breathe, and his body could not move. He did not understand. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Xiao's, but why was the difference in aura so great? Of course, he did not understand. With the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, the 9th style of the meteor punch under the Qi explosion technique had long surpassed the punch of a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Boom! Ling Xiao's fist landed squarely on Li Rui's body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Rui was directly sent flying, and crashed heavily into a nearby tree. His head tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Not only that, but his death was not pleasant to look at. His body was almost deformed. All the bones in his body were almost completely shattered. There were burn marks on his body. That was the special effect of the Crimson Sun skill. Senior Li Rui. You killed Senior Li Rui. I'll kill you. Everyone stop. Li Xingyun was furious. He wanted to avenge Li Rui, but he knew very well that no one here was a match for someone who could kill Li Rui with a single punch. Unless he, Li Xingyun, was not injured. Unfortunately, his injuries were not light. If he acted rashly, he would not be any better than Li Rui. The rest of the Li family disciples were suddenly awakened by Li Xingyun's reprimand. They finally understood Ling Zhao's terrifying strength. Chapter 25. Senior Brother Xingyun, are we just going to let him leave like this? Senior Brother Li Rui died for nothing? Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao, the Li clan disciples were still brooding over Li Rui's death. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers, so they always thought they could bully him. If I, Ling Xiao, want to leave, none of you can stop me. Ling Xiao sneered. He carried the howling moon wolf's corpse on his shoulder and swaggered through the Li clan crowd. No one dared to make a move. The scene of Ling Xiao killing Li Rui, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein, with one punch was still vivid in his mind. They all knew that whoever made the first move would be the one to die. After passing through the crowd, Ling Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had not fully recovered his true qi. After killing Li Rui, if the Li clan disciples really ganged up on him, he would have to run away. But he did not expect these people to be so cowardly that they did not even dare to make a move. This was a great help to him. Leaving after acting tough, so King exciting. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Looking at his talent, I'm afraid he's not any worse than the genius Ling Yixue. Not only that, even Ling Fifan would not be able to leave like this when he was at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. Li Xingyun's face darkened as he glared at Ling Gao's retreating figure. No way, Senior Brother Xingyun, are you talking about Ling Fifan, one of the 4 princes of Tianfeng City? That's right, it's him. Impossible, Ling Fifan reached the 4th level of the martial vein 3 years ago, when he was 12 years old. He's a true genius, how could that kid compare to him? The 4 princes of Tianfeng City were all martial artists who reached the 4th level of the martial vein before the age of 14. They were definitely the role models for all the young people in Tianfeng City. That's right, Senior Brother Xingyun, you think too highly of that Ling Xiao. If you weren't injured today, Ling Xiao would have died without a doubt. Of course. Although Li Xingyun admired Ling Xiao, he was also confident that Li Rui would not have died today if he had not been injured. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just say that Li Rui was killed by the howling moon wolf. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. Li Rui's grandfather is an elder of our clan. His grandson was killed by the Ling clan, and we didn't help him. You know what the consequences are, right? Suddenly, Li Xingyun shouted coldly. I understand, Senior Brother Xingyun. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he first made a trip to the market and exchanged all the excess materials for silver. A total of 35,000 taels of silver. This money was a must, because even if he wanted to find the Ling family's medicine hall to help him refine pills, he would still have to pay a service fee. Without money, it would be impossible. Furthermore, the more precious the pill, the higher the labor cost. However, 35,000 taels of silver was more than enough. After that, he went to the auction house and took out the 100 taels of silver that he had earned from the auction of the basic cultivation technique. He still gave the other party 10 taels of silver as a handling fee. All the silver was stored in the mountain and river diagram. This was safer than putting it in a bank. He heard that there was something called a storage ring in this world, but he had never seen it before. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be as useful as his mountain-river diagram. This time, he had no intention of selling any cultivation technique. Now that he had the silver, he could temporarily stop such risky activities to prevent any accidents from happening. After leaving the auction house, Ling Xiao quickened his footsteps and returned to the Ling family, heading straight for the medicine hall. The medicine hall was the place where the Ling family specialized in refining pills and treating injuries. No matter the time, there would always be a lot of people. Hence, it was really difficult to avoid people that he didn't want to see. Just as he arrived at the medicine hall, Ling Xiao realized that Ling Yu and Ling Feng were also rushing over. Ling Yu was still that charming girl. At this moment, she was holding on to Ling Feng's arm. That sweetness really made one jealous. Ling Feng was still dressed in white, looking very suave. Furthermore, his aura seemed to be stronger than the last time they met. He stood there like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. Hee, little beggar, you came to the medicine hall to ask for medicinal dregs again? Ling Xiao discovered Ling Feng and Ling Yu, and they naturally also discovered Ling Xiao. Because no one was hiding from the other. In the past, when he had no money, Ling Xiao would always come to the medicine hall to ask for medicinal dregs, mainly for cultivation purposes. Because of this, he was often mocked and ridiculed. Humph, our northern Han sage ancestor was also a beggar in the past. A girl with long hair and short knowledge. He coldly snorted and didn't continue to pester her. After throwing down a sentence, he entered the medicine hall. Taking care of his own business was more important. Bickering was truly meaningless. That brat actually dares to compare himself to the sage ancestor. He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I heard that he defeated Ling Chong a few days ago, and also defeated Ling Fei in Qinggong. With such little results, he's already starting to consider everyone else beneath him, Ling Feng coldly said. When it came to considering everyone else beneath him, perhaps the most suitable word to use would be him, Ling Feng. Ling Xiao had never looked down on anyone, including Ling Chong, who had been defeated by him twice in a row. He had always used his full strength. Big brother Feng is right. The sage ancestor is a genius. What is he? A poor beggar. Ling Yu also giggled, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. In her opinion, although Ling Xiao's strength had increased, without money or backing, he still wouldn't be able to make it. Ling Xiao didn't know of the two's discussion. After entering the medicine hall, he directly went to the counter. That was the place to register. In order to break through to the third layer of the martial vein, he needed a breakthrough pill, a heart-protecting pill, and a meridian-shielding pill each. In addition, he also needed some qi-converging pills to increase his true qi. In the future, he would have to use them in special situations. If he directly bought them, a breakthrough pill would be 1,000 taels of silver, and a heart-protecting pill and a meridian-shielding pill would be the same price. As for the qi-converging pill, it was slightly cheaper. One pill was 500 taels of silver. Although Ling Xiao could afford it, there was no need for him to spend so much money. He had the ingredients, and after providing them, he only needed to pay 100 silver taels for each of the breakthrough pills, heart protection pills, and meridian protection pills as a service fee. A qi-converging pill would only cost 50 taels of silver as a labor fee. Big brother Feng, this time I should be breaking through to the third layer of the martial vein. You have to give me the breakthrough pill, heart-protecting pill, and meridian-shielding pill, or else I won't be happy. At this time, Ling Yu and Ling Feng also walked in. Hearing Ling Yu's words, it seemed that she was also preparing to break through. However, this was normal. After all, Ling Yu had already been a martial artist at the second layer of the martial vein for a long time. In addition to Ling Feng's pills, it would be strange if she didn't break through. Little sister you also know that the annual large competition is about to begin. I have to seize the time to break through to the fourth layer of the martial vein. I need a large amount of breakthrough pills, heart-protecting pills, and meridian-shielding pills. You will have to bear with it for now. Hearing this, Ling Feng didn't plan to spend money for Ling Yu. Right now, he wanted to wholeheartedly break through to the fourth layer of the martial vein. The amount of pills he needed was huge. Although he was also a disciple of the Ling clan, his family's background was not as good as Ling Chang's. Moreover, even Ling Chong couldn't squander money without restraint. For the Ling clan to be able to become one of the 4 great clans of Tianfeng City, the rules were quite strict. Although there would occasionally be people who would violate them, it was only a minority. Alright, then can I buy 2 qi-converging pills? Ling Yu was clearly unhappy as she pouted and said, I'm afraid of you. Alright, you can use the qi-converging pills to consolidate your current cultivation. Chapter 26. Ling Xiao had no interest in other people's family affairs, but he was still a little happy inside. When he was still a beggar, Ling Yu bullied him because he had no money and no power. Later, when he entered the Ling family, Ling Yu abandoned him because he had no money and couldn't buy so many pills to improve his strength. Today, he had a huge sum of money in his hands and could come to the medicine hall to buy what he wanted. He wondered how Ling Yu would feel if she heard this. "Martial uncle, please give me a heart protection pill, a meridian protection pill, a breakthrough pill, and 10 chi gathering pills." Most of the people in the medicine hall were old people. The one standing behind the counter was Ling Zhao's martial uncle in terms of seniority. "Oh, isn't this Ling Xiao? I've already prepared today's medicinal dregs for you." This old man was definitely not mocking Ling Xiao, but was genuinely concerned about Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao would come to collect medicinal dregs almost every day. Before he met this martial uncle, he was always humiliated and made things difficult for him. However, things were different after he met this martial uncle. This old man would always prepare medicinal dregs for him and wait for him to collect them. "Martial uncle, I don't want medicinal dregs today. I want breakthrough pills, heart protection pills, meridian protection pills, and chi gathering pills. These are the things I want." Originally, some of the Ling family disciples who came to buy pills or receive treatment thought they had misheard Ling Zhao's words and didn't pay much attention to him. But this time, Ling Xiao said it again. They finally heard it clearly. They all looked at Ling Xiao with strange gazes. He, Brother Feng, that pauper actually said he wanted to buy pills. What a joke! Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. In her opinion, Ling Xiao had really lost his mind. Even she couldn't afford those pills, let alone Ling Xiao. The things he wants add up to 8,000 taels of silver. He really dares to brag. Ling Feng also sneered disdainfully. 8,000 taels of silver, even if it was him, he could only earn that much in a month, and this was only because he had a good father. What was Ling Xiao? How could a mere foreign disciple with a dying old beggar at home have so much money? "Little guy, you're rich?" the old man behind the counter asked with a smile. "Martial uncle, I made a trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range these few days. I was lucky enough to gather some herbs and even killed a few demonic beasts. I have quite a lot of silver on me now." As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out the materials for the Meridian Shielding Pill, Heart Shielding Pill, and Breakthrough Pill. He handed them over and said, "Martial uncle, here's the exchange method for these 3 pills. As for the Chi Amassing Pill, just buy it with money." Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao spent 5,300 taels of silver and 3 sets of alchemy materials to obtain what he wanted. Ling Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. Ling Feng's disdain turned into surprise. Given his strength, how could he enter the Dragon Submission Mountain Range and hunt demonic beasts? Ling Yu and Ling Feng were inexplicably shocked. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao had become rich. It was also because Ling Xiao could actually retreat from the Dragon Submission Mountain Range unscathed. One must know that although the family didn't have any mandatory rules, they generally didn't recommend martial artists below the 4th level of the martial vein to enter the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. If they had to go, they had to maintain a group of at least 10 people. Moreover, they had to be led by a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. More importantly, intelligence was active at the edges. Until today, Ling Feng and Ling Yu had never been to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Because they had money, they could ask for it from their family and didn't have to risk their lives. At this moment, they felt as though they had been defeated by Ling Xiao and revealed an extremely awkward expression. "Good lad, you've really struck it rich. You've improved. Great, martial uncle will get the medicine for you." "Oh right, martial uncle, give me another 100 pieces of Jinchuan ointment and 10 bottles of healing pills." Ling Xiao suddenly recalled that if he frequently went to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he would definitely get injured easily. There were Jinchuan ointment for external injuries and healing pills for internal injuries. Moreover, these things weren't very expensive. Of course, this was only for martial artists. To ordinary people, these things were still sky-high prices. Because 1 piece of Jinchuan ointment was 1 tael of silver, 100 pieces would be 100 taels of silver. A bottle of healing pills would be 100 pills worth 100 taels of silver. 10 bottles would be 1,000 taels of silver. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, he could easily buy it. This was the difference between them. All right, no problem. After the transaction was completed, Ling Xiao nodded slightly at Ling Feng and Ling Yu before leaving. Then he smiled. Looking at the two liver-colored faces, he was very happy in his heart. However, he didn't laugh at them on the spot. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Because he knew that his current strength wasn't a match for people like Ling Feng and Li Xingyun. Strength was everything. With strength, there would be dignity and more money. Ling Feng didn't bother with Ling Xiao. Ling Yu, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao awkwardly. Something seemed to have changed in his eyes. There was actually a trace of regret in his eyes. Fine, it's more fun when your strength increases. When it's time for the annual tournament, I'll make you lose wholeheartedly. It was only when Ling Xiao was about to leave the medicine hall that Ling Feng turned his head and forced a smile as he said a few words. However, that smile of his was uglier than crying. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Anyway, the annual tournament was about to begin. Saying anything now was unnecessary. After leaving the medicine hall, he went straight home. His grandfather's health seemed to have improved a lot. You child, you didn't even say goodbye when you went out. His grandfather seemed to be a little angry. Grandfather, don't be angry. This is 100 taels of silver. In the future, you can buy whatever you want to eat. Now that we have money, we don't have to live like beggars anymore. Also, I plan to renovate this house. Otherwise, we won't be able to live in it when it rains. Where did you get so much money? Grandfather, since I didn't steal or rob, don't worry. Your grandson's strength is advancing very quickly. I reckon that by the time of the annual tournament, breaking through to the third level of the martial vein won't be a problem. Ling Xiao didn't explain further. He threw the 100 taels of silver onto the table and went back to his room to prepare for his breakthrough. These days in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he had been constantly training and fighting. In fact, his strength could have broken through long ago. The reason why he didn't break through wasn't because he couldn't, but because he purposely suppressed it. Without the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill, breaking through was very dangerous. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Poor people only had one life. Unlike those rich people, even if they were half dead, their families would still save them. But he couldn't. Once he was seriously injured, he wouldn't be far from death. After consuming the breakthrough pill, heart-protecting pill, and vein-protecting pill, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and started to circulate the Scarlet Sun Art, preparing to break through the third martial vein. Needless to say, the power of the breakthrough pill was really ferocious. Just one pill and a terrifying power immediately spread in his dantian. Then, it wrapped around the true qi in his body and rushed towards the third martial vein. No wonder I need the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill. If I didn't have it, this terrifying power might have shattered my heart meridians. The power of the breakthrough pill surprised Ling Xiao. The effects of the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill were also greater than he had imagined. After the true qi increased, the meridians would definitely expand. If he didn't have these two pills, the meridians might have shattered. Chapter 27. Hong Qi looked through the window at Ling Xiao, who was cultivating inside the house, and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Adopting Ling Xiao back then was probably the best thing he had done. He quietly left and walked into the courtyard. Looking at the stars in the sky, he was already in tears. Your son has grown up and become a talent. I, the old beggar, have not let you down. I only hope that you can be safe and sound. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside the house. He didn't even know that his parents might still be alive. Right now, he only wanted to break through to the third level of the martial vein. He was using the power of the breakthrough pill to continuously break through to the third level of the martial vein. After a night, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and punched out. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The thick brick wall in front of him was actually smashed into pieces, and a large hole appeared. He could feel that the true energy in his body had increased by an astonishing amount, including his muscles, bones, tendons, and blood. They seemed to have strengthened a lot. This punch had at least 1,000 kilograms of force. This was the strongest power a martial artist below the 3rd level of the martial vein could produce. I didn't expect a breakthrough to be so easy. It seems that the mountain and river martial spirit is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao was very clear that although the effect of the breakthrough pill was not bad, it was definitely not as good as this. In the end, his success was inseparable from the mountain and river martial spirit. When he broke through last night, every time he felt that he was about to fail, there would always be a strange force coming from the mountain and river martial spirit to help him break through the obstacles. In addition, he had been suppressing his breakthrough for so many days. It could be said that his strength was on the verge of erupting. Now that he had released it, it would naturally be easier to break through. However, the 3rd level of the martial vein was just the beginning. Although Ling Xiao was excited, he also understood that the current him was at most a first-rate disciple like Ling Fei, Ling Feng, and Ling Tai's Ho. There was still a gap between them and Ling Yixue and Li Xingyun. Moreover, they could break through to the 4th level of the martial vein at any time. The 3rd level to the 4th level seemed to be only one realm, but there was a world of difference. After all, true energy could not be compared to astral energy. His strength had undergone a qualitative change, and all of his attacks had undergone a qualitative upgrade. It could be said that unless a person at the 3rd level of the martial vein could also use astral energy, it was absolutely impossible to challenge a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. The battle between Li Xingyun and the Howling Moon Wolf was very obvious. What happened? Hong Qi heard the loud noise and came over to take a look. He was immediately stunned. I say, child, did something go wrong with your practice? Why did you tear down the house? Grandpa, I've said it before. Now that we have money, we don't need this house anymore. Let's build a new one. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to become strong, other than not wanting to be bullied, was that he wanted to live a good life. He was tired of living in a house that would leak whenever it rained. Kid, even if we want to build a house, where are we going to live now? Hong Qi smiled bitterly. Don't worry, the Ling family has a house for rent. Let's rent it for a while first. It won't be too late to move back when the house here is repaired. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Grandpa, I'll go find a construction team to repair the house for us. After saying that, he ran out excitedly. He had just broken through to the 3rd level of the martial vein, so he was not afraid of encountering trouble. In fact, deep down in his heart, he really hoped that someone would come looking for trouble. That way, he could also test how strong he was now. Just as he left the Ling family's main gate, someone sneakily turned around and ran away from the corner. Senior Xingyun, that guy came out. The person went into a small forest, where Li Xingyun was talking to 2 other middle-aged men. The 2 middle-aged men's strength was on par with Li Rui's. They were both at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Okay, I got it. The 2 of you, here's 100 taels of silver. I don't want him alive, just kill him. After it's done, I'll give you the other 100 taels. Li Xingyun's face revealed a cold smile. Hee, young Master Li, don't worry. We brothers have always been paid to solve problems. We don't know how to do other things, but killing is easy. Ling Xiao left the Ling family and went to the market to find a construction worker. After discussing the matter of building a house, he briskly returned to the Ling family. When he passed by a small forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Friend, since you're here, why are you hiding? He looked at a tree not far away, his gaze sharp and cold. Ha ha ha, kid, you're not bad. You actually noticed us. Looks like you're not weak. A voice sounded, and 2 people jumped down from the tree. They were both in their 30s and wore black masks. They did not look like Tianfeng City's cultivators, but more like bandits. Black scarf bandits? Ling Xiao recognized the attire of these 2 people. This was a group of vicious bandits. They usually operated around Tianfeng City, but because the Tianfeng City's 4 great clans were more powerful, they did not dare to enter the city easily. However, their fierce reputation was not bad. It was said that there were a total of 600 to 700 people, led by 13 leaders. They were called the Black Scarf Bandits because they liked to wear black masks. In addition, this group of people had scimitar tattoos on their arms, so it was easy to recognize them. Kid, since you recognize your grandfather, then don't talk nonsense. Take out all the silver you have and I'll spare your life. Although they accepted Li Xingyun's task, the Black Scarf Bandits were greedy and lustful. They killed people like flies, so they were naturally more willing to maximize their benefits. When the two of them spoke, they had already positioned themselves, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. The clan previously offered a reward of 100 silver taels and 10 contribution points for killing an ordinary Black Scarf Bandit. Since the two of you are here, don't go back. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. 100 silver taels was still a large sum to him, but contribution points were even more important. Normally, only cultivators above the 4th level of the martial vein were qualified to accept clan missions and earn contribution points. Not only could contribution points be used to exchange for items in the clan, it could also raise the status of the clan. For thousands of years, the Ling family had always done this. As long as one could earn 100 contribution points, one could go from a 9th-tier family member to an 8th-tier family member. A 9th-tier family member had no allowance and could be chased away at any time, so they could not enjoy the privileges of the Ling family. An 8th-tier family member was different. Not only did they have a monthly allowance, but as long as they did not commit any major mistakes, they would not be chased away and would have the status of a true Ling family member. Ling Xiao had been a beggar since he was young, so he hoped to have a clan to shelter him from the wind and rain. Although he had suffered many grievances in the Ling family, he had also received many benefits. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave. Kid, you are as arrogant as the rumors say. Kill us and get the reward? I'm afraid you won't be able to. Just like the rumors? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The only outsiders he had met recently were those from the Li family. Could it be that the Black Scarf Bandits were hired by the Li family to kill him? He was smart enough to figure out the gist of what was going on when the other party let the cat out of the bag. He knew that the Li family would not let him go. He was waiting for the Li family to cause trouble at the Ling family. But who knew that there would be no movement at all? Now he understood. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.